Want to call the meeting to order? Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows.
Present.
Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. Here yet. Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember King. Also absent. Correct. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a motion to excuse.
Motion to excuse members Simmons and King.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, yes. Give us a second to do it. Did it?
Yes, Councilmember Wilcoxon and Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon who offered.
Stop.
Thank you.
Now we're here. No. Oh, Michelle.
At least one.
One. I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So move.
Been moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean. Any updates or changes to the agenda? Councilmember Fellows?
Yes. Couple things. Hoping for either clarification about resolution 2026-143, the WCC millage resolution. It wasn't included in the packet.
I'm sorry, the city manager just informed me of that today. So I do have it in the packet. You know, I have the resolution for council. And I guess my belief would be because it was already presented before, there was not, but that's my opinion.
Councilmember McLean?
To clarify, thank you, Mayor, I believe it was part of the last packet, was that?
Yes. Yes.
That's good information. I think just for the good of the public, just to have a little notice that it was suggested move to the next meeting since I didn't have to review it for this meeting, and yeah, but if there isn't strong support for that, then it is fine. Another of the offering I want to make for agenda is to move resolution 2026-179, the fee schedule, to the next meeting, just so that the public has a little bit more time to digest that material. I've been getting a lot of feedback from residents about the fee schedule and some of the barriers to booking city parks and city for events. And so I just want to give a little bit more time, and given that our agenda is so long, I just figured that's at the end of the meeting is going to be a long conversation. I think it should be next time.
Thank you, Councilmember McLean.
I'll object to approving both of those, first for the WCC millage that is up on August 4th. We don't meet again until after that, so it would be pointless to have it next meeting. And secondly, the item 179, I believe there are multiple people in the audience tonight who are here to speak to that. They should be heard.
I'm okay with moving forward with the WCC millage. The conversation tonight, given the information you presented, is there support for moving the fee schedule to the next meeting? Mayor Pro Tem?
I was actually thinking about having a short discussion with that. I agree that it takes more, like, I was hoping we could have a conversation about that, limited conversation today with the folks that have funds for that, and then move that to the next agenda at that time during the, but, you know, I agree, we need to get way more information for that, and more input for it. So, I'd like to keep it on the agenda as is, but think about limiting the time we spend discussing that. And some of the things probably, to move forward, are not objectionable, but there are certain issues. So if we can have a brief discussion about that, that's all.
That sounds good to me. Okay, I have one more offer now. So yeah, a short discussion on the fee schedule. The last thing is just, I got feedback from some residents about the agenda not explicitly laying out in the beginning the different nominations for commissions tonight. It says like residents will be nominated to certain boards and commissions, and so the feedback was just to amend the agenda to include those names in the agenda packet.
If I may, I can absolutely do that moving forward if you want. It hasn't been, to my knowledge, the policy. But we can absolutely do that. If you would like each person named in the resolution, we can move forward. Sure.
Any other changes to the agenda? Representative.
Yeah, I'd like to remove, resolution 1.6158, only, contract from the consent. It was regular. There was a lot of comments last time we approved that contract, so I wanted to make sure that
Where would you like to move it to?
in sequential order, wherever it is. 159.
158. So we'll go to. But before letter D, although 167 is first on our regular thing, so,
That's it.
all right, I'll just put it. Put it at the top. Okay. 158. If Councilmember Simmons doesn't make it, we grab the consent. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And so for the public, let's see, in the consent agenda, letter E has been moved to the top of resolutions, motions, and discussion. So it's being pulled out of the consent agenda, will be discussed and reviewed. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are at public comment. So good evening, members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. What we'll do is start with those who are signed up on the list. And we go in increments of 10. So 10 folks in person, then 10 people online, and we alternate for an hour. When I call your name, if you can approach the podium as you're able, it's your name and address for the record, and we will proceed. Our first person is Tom Sutton.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, is someone call for you? Okay, I'll forward the mic up for you, so you. Excuse me for a second.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Tom Stidham. My address is 1401 West 4th, Suite 44, Detroit 4824. And I am hearing before the council today. I was asked by an attorney, and was asked by a company that submitted a bid in response to the towing RFP, nationwide towing, to review the city's request for proposal and provide some feedback. And I wanted to bring just a few things to your attention, to your council's attention tonight. The first is, in my review, I believe that this RFP is violative of one specific provision of the state law. It fails to require a certain mandatory disclosure under state law. Secondly, it violates, or not violates, but it fails to address two provisions in the own ordinance. Sections 23033 and 23035, which require or basically provide that the RFPs shall standardly ask about local employment in order for bid reviewers to determine qualifications under this preference, and that the RFPs shall standardly give the opportunity for bidders to state their environmental practices. This particular RFP didn't address either. And so to remedy that, I'm certainly not asking them, I don't think it's in the city's best interest or the party's best interest to set aside the RFP. We're simply asking, I'm simply requesting the council amend the RFP to address those languages and consult with its council And then, after responses, are received, and require that the parties to submit that information, to the city. And after, then rescore, reassess, reevaluate the matter, and then bring it before the body. Secondly, the second thing I just wanted to bring before the board is obviously the charter requires the lowest responsible bidder to be awarded the contract, as you all know. And in this instance, certainly it's very easy to see the pricing and compare apples to apples. And the other responsible portion of it, whether or not you're looking at the qualifications or the experience or the equipment and all the other facets of contained within the RFP, are not really substantively addressed, I would submit to this body respectfully, within the analysis that you all were provided. And in fact, if you look at the RFP, can I just make my final point? The RFP requires a score sheet. None of that was addressed. There was no score within this RFP. Thank you.
Oh, okay. AJ Burkham? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is AJ Verha, owner of Nationwide Towing. I'm asking council to postpone resolution number 2026-158 and require a fair documented review before awarding this contract. Nationwide submitted substantially lower pricing than budget towing. In several major categories, budget's rates are approximately 2 to 2.5 times higher. Yet the recommendation describes budget's pricing as more competitive without providing a total cost comparison or explaining the financial impact on residents. I am also concerned that no scoring sheet has been provided. We have not been shown the evaluation criteria, category weights, points awarded to each bidder, or who performed the scoring. Without that information, council and the public cannot verify how this recommendation was reached. The recommendation relies heavily on proximity, but the location comparison appears inaccurate. Nationwide's proposed yard at 221 North Lincoln is less than 1 mile from City Hall. Budget's yard is nearly 2 miles from City Hall. If proximity is a major factor in this award, then the actual distances must be accurately presented and applied equally. The report also suggests that equipment was not observed at our proposed location. Nationwide strategically positions its trucks throughout the city and surrounding service area instead of leaving them parked at the yard. This allows our drivers to respond faster to police calls and emergencies. Under our current law enforcement towing contract, Nationwide maintains an average response time of approximately 7 to 12 minutes, 24/7, 365 days. Actual response time performance should carry more weight than whether trucks were observed sitting at a yard on a particular day. Lower pricing should not be treated as a weakness, because another bidder included more charges and higher fees. The proper question is whether Nationwide meets the bid requirements and can successfully perform the contract. There is also a serious issue of equal enforcement. Budget's primary yard was previously denied a zoning approval for vehicle storage, yet vehicles continue to be stored there. The city should not give Budget a competitive advantage based on a location that may not be legally permitted for the use required under this contract. Before voting, council should require answers to several basic questions. Was a formal scoring sheet used? What score did each bidder receive? Were the distance to City Hall accurately verified? Was budget zoning status verified? Was the true cost to residents compared? Were both bidders evaluated under the same standards? This is about transparency, equal treatment, and protecting the public from unnecessary higher towing costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Staff?
Good evening, I'm Angela Scott, 1010 Pearl Street, Ypsilanti, 48197. I'm here to address the proposed increased fees for the rental of the freight house. I'm the organizer of the Ypsi Artisan Market. We've been there for 5 years. I created this market during COVID in order to support Ypsi-based crafters, artists, and food vendors, small food vendors that did not have the means to promote themselves during COVID. We provide space for roughly 48 vendors, small food vendors, during our 5 markets a year. 3 markets, I'm sorry, 5 days total. We charge $26 for a table. Most markets charge upwards of $1,000 for a table. We would never be able to cover the cost of an affordable table plus insurance and all the added expenses if those fees go up to what is proposed. Our vendors use the money that they make from these markets to pay their city taxes. Some of them have paid back taxes that have been on hold because of their lack of income. They lost their jobs during COVID or disability. Some of them then go on and use that money to support the community. Someone paid their back taxes and then used what was left of the money to send a kid to Little League for the summer. That child would not have been able to do that, and that wasn't even her child. We always promote the city when we promote our markets. We never say just come to our markets. We always say come and visit the downtown of Depot Town and Michigan Avenue, spend the day, rent a hotel room and spend the whole weekend. We've done that consistently since the start, and we will routinely get visitors from as far as Traverse City and Ohio to come to these markets based on what we present. We always include nonprofits in our markets. So we've got refugees that are newly arrived and can't work any other way. We've got Meals on Wheels, who consistently obtains volunteers through their presence at the market. We promote the senior center during our market. They do a boat raffle during the holidays, which is a significant amount of money for them. All of our vendors are experiencing an increase in material cost, in some cases upwards of 50%. They cannot also absorb what I would have to charge for this market, which means I would then have to try to find an alternative site. There's nothing comparable. We'd have to reduce the size of the market. We'd have to, quite frankly, share those proceeds potentially out in the township or even further out. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Lopez. Good evening.
My name is Denise Lopez and I'm 7008 for recording. Ypsilanti. I'm here to talk about what Angela just spoke about, the freight house costs. I'm one of the vendors that actually participated in the market there. And as Angela said, it's been a benefit. I think that basically small business is the heart and the strong community and economic time. They offer unique products, services, they bring people together. I must say the first time I started vendoring at the freight house was my first time even stepping inside the freight house. Each time I vended there, I always meet newcomers who never been inside the freight house and all of how amazing it is. So it's been a great benefit. However, many business owners, like you just said, face limited budgets, especially when it gets started, they get started like myself. High vendoring fees can prevent them from participating in the community markets, festivals, and other events. Keeping vendor costs low gives the business an opportunity to introduce themselves, introduce their products, socialize with the community, be a part of the fabric of the community, and also just support each other. I also vendor too at farmers market, and I must say when I started doing that too, I realized that what all Ypsi has to offer, and it really helped small business. That's all. Affording vendor spaces benefit the entire community. That they encourage a wide variety of vendors, including home-based vendors, artisan food startups, young entrepreneurs, and people who may not yet have a storefront. This creates more interest in events and give residents more reasons to shop local. And I'm definitely one of those who shop now more local. When customers from other local, well, when customers buy from local vendors, more money stays in the community. That the money supports their families, create future jobs, help the business grow. A business that begins at a low cost, stable, having an event may actually open up to a storefront, hire new people, and also new programs and mentor other entrepreneurs. Low vendor costs also helps, event organize more affordable spaces and also more participants, increase audience, create and welcome events that people will visit again. Like I said, I mentioned again, well, a lot of people come to the Free House and never been there before. Here's,
Midbrock, oh, I'm sorry if I mispronounced. Your name.
Good evening. Good evening. Dear councilors and participants. My name is Mibrak Tawalda. I work for Jewish Family Services as a micro enterprise development program coordinator. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my clients to share how important the artisan market is for my clients. The market is much more than a place to sell. It's an opportunity to showcase their work, build relationship with new customers, and generate income during the busiest retail season of the year. Many of these businesses located local entrepreneurs, makers, and family-run operations that does not have larger markets budget or storefront. This event gives them visibility they simply couldn't achieve on their own. The market also benefits from the community. It brings people together, supports local shoppings, and creates an atmosphere that encourages residents and visitors to spend money with local businesses. That economic activity extends beyond the market itself, benefiting nearby restaurants, cafes, and other retailers. However, I'm concerned about the proposed fee increase. While I understand costs might rise over time, organizers also faces financial problems. This increase would place a burden on my clients. These are small businesses operating on tight margins. Every additional expenses must be carefully considered. For some, the higher fees could mean they simply cannot afford to participate next year. That would be a loss not only for those business, but also for the market itself. Fewer vendors means less variety, fewer unique products, and ultimately less attractive experience for visitors. The success of this artisan market has always been built on support local businesses and giving them an accessible platform to grow. If participation becomes too expensive, we risk excluding the very people who makes this event special. I respectfully ask to reconsider the proposed fee increase. Now is the time for local community to invest more in economic development for local communities, not less. The current program that is supporting entrepreneurs service at Jewish Family Services funded through government is ending in September and is considered cheaper for them. Thank you.
Aisha Corshia. Corsh.
Good evening. My name is Aisha. I'm newly moved in Ypsi 2 years. I have a restaurant downtown. For past 12 years, I'm running a restaurant. I was having a 10 year in Canton and it was okay. But the building is sold out, so we moved to Ipsy. So my problem is that there is lots of homeless and the drug is lot of. Due to that reason, my Canton clients come when they see there is a police, there is a drug dealer on the floor. They're afraid and then they stop coming. And I'm hardly surviving my business. Most of the things I sell, I was having a 2 car, I sell also, I was having some saving from 10 years from the previous business. Everything is gone and I don't know 1 year more left for my lease. I'm thinking maybe I'll close down. Due to Ipsy, this is, so it's supposed to be the liquor shop or drug shop, not in the downtown or not in this area. Actually, it's not supposed to be here because we all are human beings. We have to take care for it. I have many homeless come, they want food, I give them free. I give to the shelter also. It's not I'm just praising myself. I just want, to take care for the community and no drugs supposed to be stopped. That's it. And maybe next year I'll be not there because I don't have anything to survive my restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Davis. Good evening.
Mayor Brown, council members, I'm here representing my fiance, Crystal Harding. And Crystal Harding is the director of the Ypsilanti Youth Choir. She's a retired Ypsilanti school teacher and lifelong Ypsilanti resident. I'm here to express concern about the raising of the rent for the Ypsilanti Freight House. When Crystal was a high school choir director, the choir performed as part of many prominent community events. The Ypsilanti Youth Choir continues to enjoy performing at the Freight House. In fact, we consider the Freight House our performance home. The Freight House is Ypsilanti history. The community events and the performances that happened there enhance Ypsilanti's identity. The choir have participated in Ipsy Glow, Christmas tree lightings, Ipsy Pride, and Artisan Market, just to name a few. These events bring thousands of people together in celebration of Ypsilanti. The Freight House has provided the community with numerous opportunities in promoting the arts in Ypsilanti. In the words of Jan Martel in his book, The Life of Pi, if we as citizens do not support our artists, we sacrifice our imagination on the altar of crude reality. And we end up believing in nothing and having worthless dreams. We implore this council to continue fostering the arts and the building of community. Charging more money for this space will make it less likely that these events will continue. We as a community cannot afford to keep losing our traditions and heritage. In conclusion, we ask that this council considers continuing to maintain the community's affordable access to the Freight House. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiana Rutledge. Good evening.
My name is Kiana Rutledge. I am a long time resident of Ipsy, a small business owner at Bigwell Candle Company. I am also on the board of Ipsy Artesian Market. I started doing the market just as a place to vend, and then latched on to Angela Scott's spirit of her vision of having just Ypsilanti Township residents, small businesses, crafters, and eventually turned it into a nonprofit. So I'm on the board of that also. The one thing that really sticks to me about the fee schedule and possibly changing, I just hope it doesn't. We have a lot of crafters there who are just mom and pop that like ladies that crochet and want to share their gifts to everyone. And some of them cannot afford some of the fees. I can the other places, but I recognize there are plenty that cannot. Sometimes $26 is a stretch for them. to make it back, but it's also for us there as a community. Like, I think like every year we do the holiday markets, it's like a little reunion. I see everyone, what they've been working on, what they have, and then we help each other from start to finish. Like make sure everyone gets in and packed up and the freight house is cleaned up and everything. So other than like just people just selling, it is just a little community for us. And we have some of, just a percentage, I'm not saying it's all of them, but a percentage of some of very talented vendors from your like businesses and craft community. And I know there's only a small corner of the 40 something we have in there. So I just wanted to just encourage everyone to just to think a little bit about the vendors. And we're not in it to make a profit. We're just there to have a space for everyone and also be fair too. And if you have not visited the Ypsilanti Market, we'll be posting the dates, but come and check us out. And you can also help the vendors. I'm sure you'll leave with at least one thing that you liked.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Sebastian Curtis. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sebastian Craigie, and I am an incoming senior at Blue Preparatory High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and for considering my appointment as Youth Commissioner on the Police Advisory Commission in NFC. I've lived in Ypsilanti my entire life, and the city has shaped who I am. Growing up here, I've seen neighbors support one another, local businesses grow, and people come together during both challenges and successes. I've also seen opportunities to strengthen public safety and build trust between residents, local government, and law enforcement. I want to be part of those conversations and contribute in a meaningful way. Over the past several years, I have looked for ways to give back to my community. I've coached youth basketball, I've worked as a Little League umpire, I've started my own landscaping business, and I currently participate in the Budget Forum. Through these experiences, I've learned responsibility, fairness, communication, and how to work with people who have different perspectives. They have also shown me the importance of earning trust by listening carefully, treating others with respect, and following through on commitments. After high school, I plan to attend Eastern Michigan University to study criminology and pursue a career as a lawyer. I'm interested in understanding how the justice system, local government, and law enforcement can work together to address challenges and better serve communities. Serving on this commission would allow me to contribute to Ypsilanti while learning from experienced leaders and residents who are committed to improving our city. If appointed, I will come prepared, ask thoughtful questions, and approach every issue with an open mind. I will work to represent the youth perspective while considering the needs and interests of the entire community. My goal is to be a reliable, engaged member of the commission and to contribute in a way that reflects the values of collaboration, respect, and public service. Thank you for your time, your service to our city, and for considering my appointment.
Yes, that was amazing, thank you, and very brave for young people to come speak for all these folks, so thank you. For folks in the back, there's some seats up here. Sarah McKinney? Sarah McKinney? Oh.
So I'm going to be, look, to consider if that's okay, I don't know how that works, she had to say, do you know that?
Oh, you were gonna come speak for it, and Sarah's spot, that's fine, if she wants you to do that.
All right, Sarah.
Sarah, you don't want to, okay, all right. All right, so I'm gonna take your name off the second time. What?
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, you can't speak twice. You gonna speak once.
Watch this, I'm gonna get this done.
Okay, everything.
So,
All right.
So,
easy.
my name is Anthony Williamson, I'm currently speaking as the member of the Ypsilanti Senior Board. And I would like for my senior board members to stand, please, or come up with me, please. And so I was asked to come here, hold on, wait a minute. I was asked to come up here for a couple of things related to the senior center. And I've been up here to talk about some before. Most importantly, you guys already know it's the parking lot. And I know that one or two of my seniors have failed in that parking lot. Am I correct, lady? Take an answer. I'm sorry, I'm not so. And there's another thing that just recently happened with the signage there at Senior Center. And so I wanted to see how the city can help us get the signage back up. So those are two main things, the signage and the parking lot. But other things I wanted to ask the city is, as you guys know, I've been in a unique position while I operated another city building before. I don't understand the difference of how the support I got, even though it was a different regime or group. But they're not getting the support that they need to help make the new improved Ypsilanti Senior Center run. So the signage is the most important. Parking lot signage is most important. We want to get those things done, but also we want to make sure that we can get you guys to come out there and see the center. We getting the information put in the newsletter, so we're really trying to actively recruit new folks to participate in our center. So parking lot, signage. So I'm done with that. Thank you. Now.
One of our members is here filling the
I
parking
just
lot.
can't use my,
Yeah.
can't use my card. Yeah, okay, so another thing is, for Women and Men Working for Change, we wanted to talk about how we start the process of painting the town purple, which means we want to do lights and stuff on the street. Summerfest, we've always talked about how we're going to utilize the city as a partner, and I know we waived some fees, but we have been waiting for a couple of years of to see what that looks like financially at all. I know the city is in an entirely different financial position now than it was 10, 15 years when I was doing things. So we really want you guys to be a partner, but that partnership also can be beneficial to us if there's some funds of it.
Yeah, we really need that parking lot.
No, they don't have
Terrible. People are stumbling getting through that parking lot, looking at the ground rather than looking at the park to see how beautiful it is. You know, why can't they just walk from their cars to the center? You know, they've got to stumble along all these broken pieces of the parking lot, and it's just.
I'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So these guys, you did it another time. Okay, those were our first 10 in person, other folks online.
So there was a hand online, but currently there are no hands up.
All right. I have to continue on the list, but
I'm sorry, if I may, the hand that was up came back up.
okay,
That would be the one person online.
all right.
Emily Hawkins.
Hi, thank you. I got knocked off and I had to come back in. My name's Emily Hawkins and I'm a Ward 1 resident. And I believe I understand that on the agenda tonight, there's a proposal to go ahead with an encampment removal, the encampment removal at Bell and Kramer. And I also see there's a proposal to postpone that. And I'd like to speak in support of postponing the removal. When I look at the resolution for the removal, it's acknowledging that it's trying to keep the safety of both the housed residents and the people camping, keeping them safe. And by my understanding, the proposal to postpone involves working with the people who have already been helping remove the encampment at the pace that prioritizes the safety of the campers. So I don't see how going forward with the proposal to go ahead with removal accomplishes that goal. I don't see any reason why there can't be a postponement that has the exact same goal of finding the campers safe alternatives. So I'd ask to please postpone because the language of going forward tonight doesn't leave me any guarantee of safety of the very few remaining campers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other online hands?
That was the only one that was up before the meeting began.
Teresa Nestor? Sorry if I missed it. Sure.
Hi, my name is Teresa Miscallis. I live at 1703 Gregory, but I'm here because I'm the president of the Ypsilanti Thrift Shop on South Washington, also called Black Lives Matter. And we're experiencing some of the same problems as the woman that was up here earlier from the restaurant next door. And the movement of the group of people, but currently there's more people there than have been over the last 7 years since I've been a member of this group. This year in particular, they've been congregating in groups, getting louder and louder as the evening goes on, particularly on Saturdays when we're open to 5. And it is really impairing people feeling comfortable coming into the store. We give back to the community. We are a completely voluntary group. We give back a total of about $70,000 per year to the community. And this does prevent us from being able to that number there. And we would appreciate knowing what the plan is. I myself, not necessarily my whole group of 80 women of the average age of 70, but myself would like to be a part of this. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle Simmons? Good evening.
Good evening, council member. My name is Michelle Simmons, and I am coming here again regarding the Kramer Street and Bell Street. The city council member and I, and a couple other members of the organization who supported this happening, had a Zoom meeting in July, early July. On this day, you guys was really disrespectful to me and the people of Bell Street and Kramer Street. You guys came to attack me because I was the only one part of that. So I felt that I was set up, but regardless of that, my main concern is I am still trying to figure out why you are claiming that this particular area has so many bad histories previously and now, but y'all put that encampment in back of our house. That caused a lot of issues. Earlier this week, we had a disturbance. Ambulance, fire truck came to that encampment. And my issue is, I see that y'all do have a table, the resolution again. How many times are we gonna take this? When is this encampment is gonna be removed? That is my question.
Thank you. James Chandler? James Chandler? There you go. Okay, thank you. Kiki Thomas? One more time, Kiki Thomas. Nikki R. I'm sorry, I can't read the handwriting. Nikki R. All right. Melanie Peck. Oh. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Melanie Peck, and I'm asking, I came tonight, asking for your support, for the appointment to Ypsilanti Police Advisory Commission. I believe the strongest communities are about when people are willing to, work together and approach difficult conversations with respect. This advisory commission exists to strengthen trust between our community and Ypsilanti Police Department. And I believe that trust is built through transparency, accountability, and collaboration. For the past 30 years, I've been a public school teacher. During those years, I have worked with students, families, colleagues, and administrators to solve problems, build relationships, and meet shared goals. I have leadership experience. For the past 6 years. I've served as content lead for Wayne Westland's elementary art teachers. I've also served as my school's safety team lead for the past 8 years. And I've also been an elected MEA union building representative for David Hicks Elementary. Just trying to show that I have some experience with leadership, even though it's among young. My commitment to service extends beyond my career. I led in the Girl Scout and Cub Scout program while my children were young. I was an athlete at Eastern Michigan University. I was my women's team. I learned the value of discipline, perseverance, and pushing through hard things, lessons that continue to shape how I approach challenges today. If appointed, I will bring a leadership style rooted in open communication
and a genuine commitment to working with residents, city staff, and fellow commissioners and the police department. My goal is not to just identify problems, but to find thoughtful, practical solutions that reflect the values of our community. If I'm appointed, I will serve with honesty, transparency, and curiosity, and a collaborative spirit. I know how to lead, I know how to collaborate, and I'm not afraid of hard things. My name is Molly Peck, and I hope I'll consider me. Just trying to put a face to the application that I filled out.
Thanks for
You're welcome. Thanks.
Mike Fit.
Mike.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Come here to talk to all of you about supporting the police. Just been sitting here and two people come up. One lady begging for help on Bell Street. You had a business person come up, I gotta close my restaurant because of the difficulties. I had a lady that, the thrift shop, but I know it's been there at least 70 years. They can't do their business because there's not enough police to do the job. I'm asking this council to hire more police officers and most of all, support them. I've been trying to find a nice way to say this. I've heard more than three complaints about how the police are removing somebody who was obviously overdosing. And you saw a crowd of people yelling at the police for doing their job. I want, and all these officers are retired here, worked hard to make this city safe. We're beginning to feel that the opposite is happening. The police aren't being supported. There's not enough police officers, and other things become a priority. I think the duty of government is to make people safe first. If you can't protect the citizens of Ypsilanti, then what are you here for? So I urge all of you, every one of you, back to police. If there's a problem with the police department and somebody did something wrong, you have a very good chief of police to handle it. If there's something that wasn't proper, somebody was arrested when they shouldn't be, let the system work. This is a country of laws, not of personalities, or we don't like this, we don't like that, or you're not being proper. It's a country of law. Let the system work, support the police. That's why we're here. We've heard a number of complaints about some people on this board. Anti-police. We come here to support the police entirely. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so that is the last name that I had signed up on the list. Turkey, go give me how much time do you have?
You have 20 minutes.
All right, so take hands in the audience. All right. Start here.
Good evening. My name is Jim Clark. I live at 116 College Place. I want to speak about Bell Kramer. The very first thing I want to make clear, at least from my point of view, is that everybody wants a solution to this problem. Everybody wants a solution to this problem. Okay. Everybody wants a solution to this problem. Now, there's a number of people in the community that have been trying to help people living outside, don't want to be outside, find housing and find services that they need to keep them housed. We have been doing this for years, right in front of you. We've shouted, we've made a big deal. Do you remember the thing called Shelter Now? We've been trying for quite some time to solve this problem. So please give us a chance. We got this resolution on the table and it finally says something that we can agree with, and that is, yes, evict, but support. Bring them from where they are to a better place and help them stay there. And yes, it is the government's duty to protect its citizens. And yes, those people are Ypsilanti citizens. So it is the government's duty to protect the people that are squatting at Bell Kramer. You can't just move them. There's a 10-day proposal that I wrote. I don't know how much time I have left, but I want to get to some of this. It's just a matter of following a plan. There's a precedent been set for this. Other communities have done it. I've done the research. First thing is establishing a task force. We did that, assessing camper needs. We've always known what that is. Define an acceptable alternative site. Where should we go that's legal and so on? Evaluate the proposed site, create a legal framework, including a temporary emergency housing zone ordinance, build an operations plan, which if you ask the community, if you ask the homeless, if you ask the activists, we've already got one. We've had one for a long time. Build the funding strategy. There's a whole bunch of crap that's out there and available. It's just a matter of gathering it together. Someone needs to focus on that. Prepare a public proposal, then tell everybody what we plan to do. And then secure commitments from the city, the county, service providers, property operators, funding partners, and neighborhood stakeholders. Don't just complain about the problem and expect City Hall to do something about it. Help us. You're our neighbors, remember? At the conclusion of these 10 steps, the task force will have designed an emergency housing zone, a legal implementation pathway, staffing and operations plan, a 90-day pilot budget, identify funding sources, camper-informed relocation standards, neighborhood communication protocols, agency commitments, and a complete proposal ready for city council action. We need at least a month and a half for that. So September? Can you postpone until September? And by the way, it has to say something about no removal until there's a plan in place.
Some of these keys are these yours? Are these your keys? Yeah. Are these your keys? Okay. I saw a hand here. Oh boy. Okay. Here with the mask, and then I'm gonna come here. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rachel. I didn't come with any comments prepared, but shout out to Tandoori Corner and the Artisan Market. And Jewish Family Services for bringing my family here from the Soviet Union with a baby in a suitcase. I'm here to speak about the Bell Kramer neighborhood in Canton. I work downtown and I know about 4 of those campers professionally on a day-to-day basis, and one of their service dogs. And reading about the proposal, I saw that there was a mention of support offered for finding jobs and housing. And rehab treatment. And I know that at least 2 of those campers have just been applying to jobs for months and months and going to interviews and taking buses across town and getting turned away because of their backgrounds. So, and I also want to speak to their tenacity for surviving outside during sub-zero winter and thunderstorms and the tornado that went through the harbor and this blistering heat and wildfire smoke. So obviously none of them want to be there, and really hope that this can help them find somewhere better. So thank you.
Thank you. And then after that, Mr. Tuesday, the one I saw your hand.
Hi, my name is Terry Burwell, and I was here to commend the city council on awarding one of the contracts you had for the city. And that's the towing contract. I'm a former on-medical maintenance superintendent for Peninsula Place Apartments 1000 and a 950 Railroad. And over the years, I've never had a student that had a flat tire or a lockout that I couldn't call budget towing, and they would come free of service and provide those services for the students. And it made me feel good as a parent to know that if your child is away and has a problem, they can take care of it. And I've also been partnership with budget towing for community events. We had an event last year at Brown Chapel, AME up the street. We had blankets, sandwiches, and books for free for anybody that could come out during the Christmas season. We've had Christmas programs at the church, Christian Faith Church on Ellis. We've had, we're soon to have a camp fest. We've had picnics that have all been paid for by budget towing. Some questions, but they've always come up front and paid for everything. I just want to thank the council for supporting people that support the city and the residents.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Tucson, then Dora. Good evening.
Good evening. For the last 40 years, I've watched things go down in the city of Ypsilanti. From laws to budget towing. And we heard that thing, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So I don't see anything that's broken with budget towing, so it doesn't need to be fixed. Since that towing company has come into the city of Ypsilanti, it has assisted Ypsilanti in numerous of things. It has helped numerous of people in this city that I personally know. But I just hope that you guys would give budget towing what's due to them. Now, a couple of days ago, we were down at the Gilbert House and we were discussing a house on Washington Street, and we deemed, some people allegedly deemed it as being a gambling house. The very next day, I went down and I talked to the owner. He was sitting on the porch, and he disclaimed that. And from then on, every day I would go down Washington Street. There was nobody on the landlord's porch. Where the problem was down the street, under the tree. And we asked that that tree be removed, that those people might disperse from there. But I guess a tree is more important than safety for some folks, because they say we can't cut down the tree. And consequently, those folks has moved from there over in the back of the gas station, and it just creates another problem for the city. Supporting the police, I will always support good policing. Bad policing, I've always been against it, and I will continue to be against bad policing. What we have now, we have the best, from my perspective, the best police department that we've had in 40 years. You got a chief that's concerned about all the people, not just one side of folks. And that's the way it has been in the past. We had chiefs that just was concerned about one side of the people. The other folks, they didn't worry about it. So I'm just asking that you guys continue to support the present police chief that we have and the department. And my hat off to two of my great friends right here, John Israel and
Mr. Timpson,
John Israel and Timothy Willoughby. I love those fellows because you know what? They always work with dignity and respect. Appreciate them.
Thank you.
I don't know about you.
LeRon? Yeah. And then right after him, okay? Yeah.
After school makes that.
Good evening.
They're all with us from War I. Got done dropping my son off at football practice and then the altercation down there, so excuse my tardiness. I don't want to be here on time. First, I'm gonna tell y'all, thank you for doing this. I know it's a hard job, y'all doing it. Y'all don't get compensated enough for y'all asking me, so thanks y'all for doing this. I gotta first address the situation with on Kramer Street. You know, we all been working with this diligently, those who came out there experiencing for themselves and things of that nature. So there is empathy needed for both sides. But I just really want to know, can we not postpone this? But because the resolution is saying that we're gonna help the people that we are trying to remove from that area. So it is a win-win in my eyes. That's about it. I appreciate y'all hard work of that, but I want to really address the situation. I know it wasn't in our jurisdiction this mayor, but two of our community members was beaten on Tay. I don't know the full extent of the story, so with body camera footage, but it happened on 4th Street the other day. And I think that we need to be more transparent because some people have the lack of knowledge that Ypsilanti is breaking off into Ypsi Township, Superior Township, in the city of Ypsilanti. So when stuff is going on, even though it's not on this side of town, I would like the council to be more hands-on with it so that our constituents don't lose faith in y'all, speak ill of any of y'all for lack of knowledge. But if y'all not aware, a couple of black people just got beat on by the deputies. I don't know what crime they committed, that's not my place, but I do know a crime was committed against them. If there was no weapons found, so there was no reason for somebody to get kicked, punched, tased, when they just showing the passion of the stuff that we tired of experiencing with black men. Like when I walk out of here, I'm feared for my life because I'm a black man. I deal with that because this is my terrain and I know that I'm an ex-felon. So no matter how much good I try to do in this community, somebody's gonna break me down because of the 12 years that I did in prison. And they're gonna use that as a reason to propel their violence and oppression against me. So I'm gonna stand here on behalf of the two men that's don't know what they about to be dealing with, their families is dealing with. The whole world just saw them get almost murdered because they was at a situation, they was at a function, they was at a hangout spot. We don't have nothing for the youth to do in this community. And to be honest, if you don't drink alcohol or you don't gamble, we don't got nothing for nobody to do in this community. So I want y'all all to look into that. I'll catch y'all in 2 weeks or something else.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Nathan Phillips, resident here in Ypsilanti. Came to my attention, about a resolution to recognize Indigenous folks here in Ypsilanti. That's a good thing to do. The Huron brand over here by, the Oshawa, I think it is. They're the ones that were around here historically. Here that were displaced from.
Microphone.
Sorry. Also, they the resolution about recognizing Indigenous efforts here in Ypsilanti. You know, there's a lot of folks that like myself, I'm Omaha. I'm not from Michigan. You know, I came here. Got treated over here at the University of Michigan. SOS Community Services placed us here. And I passed away, and my daughter and I continued to live here because we lost everything that we had in DC. So Ypsilanti residents for now. And so this whole time that we've been here, 20-some years, there's been little to nothing for Indigenous folks here in Ypsilanti. We'd like to see something that we're here. It's just that, you know, we're not enough, I guess. You know, but I feel like that Indigenous support, you know, here during the war, you know, there's people over there working in the factories over there. And then there was these the barracks down here in Ypsilanti, barracks that turned into a restaurant. Indigenous people used to stay in those barracks. My Omaha people, we worked with Wells Fargo at that time, Pinkertons at that time, and we were sent all around the country, staying in barracks like that, protecting the railroads and because we had Peachtree, our Omaha tribes that had heritage of peace. We ever had a war forever. So I'd like in that resolution, maybe they include all Indigenous peoples and maybe not just the ones that were here. Well, of course, we want them to, but so oh, one last thing, no data centers.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm here to piggyback off of what my sister said. I'm here to piggyback. Oh, Larry Simmons, longtime residents. The thing of it is, you know, I can understand about the postponement, whatever, but my thing of it is the continuation of the postponement with the campsite down there on Kramer Street. Now, we've been down Kramer Street since '74. And it's always been an issue down there concerning the property owner had to put up a fight to try to just get some of the things that a lot of owners in this area, landowners, seem to not have a problem to get done. Okay, now with the people with the encampment down there, it's been a serious incident that been creating a problem down there, disturbing people's peace, ambulance, fire trucks. And I understand some people down there is kind of like down there because of circumstances, but every need is different. Some people don't want to have no responsibility. Some people down there prefer living like that. Okay, and I feel on the inside that I have sympathy for the ones that actually want to get out of there. Okay, but the thing over there, what I'm saying to the city council and the mayor is this: how many times we're going to postpone this? Because we've been dealing with this for years. So it's going to be another few more years down the road before we make a decision, talk about it. And down there, and oh yes, down there, we had a lot of issues down there. Okay, then, as far as toxic stuff, that wasn't done. Now, my concern is even on the health issue, why? You know, they have to use the bathroom. Okay, then where they using that? Okay, I mean, say it's a number of problems down there where that they should have serious thought about moving them into a safe environment, the ones that want to go. Now, the ones that just want to stay down there and don't want to have no responsibility, those the ones that need to be pushed out. Okay, then. Now, my sympathy is towards, like I said, the people that's down there under circumstances and they try and get out. I feel for them, you know. But my concern is, how long we gonna push this down the road? And I appreciate y'all listening and everything, but I just hope we come to a resolution that's gonna be good for the ones that want to get out of there and good for the landowner that's down there. They've been there for years, paying taxes. Okay, so that's all I have to say, and I hope something gets done in the betterment of them and the landlord. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we?
One more.
Okay. Mary.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Johnson. And this Sunday morning, please speak in the microphone. My name is Mary Johnson. This Sunday morning, while leaving a party, my nephew and his friend were beat by Washington County. My nephew got out of the car, was following the instructions of one officer, when another officer decided to take his head hit the ground, not saying that he's never been in trouble, because he has, but at that particular time, he wasn't doing anything but trying to check on his friend if they were already beating on the other side of the car. This makes me sad. This makes the community sad. It makes the community scared to be involved with the police, because they just stopped somebody and jumped on them. They weren't part of the call that they were going to. He wasn't being aggressive like they said in their report. He wasn't being aggressive. I have the video, you can see it. He got out the car, was in there with his hands up, one officer with his hand on his back, and the other officer tased him, and he felt like he just hit hard. When his girlfriend said, oh, he has a heart condition, the officer told her he didn't give a F. So I don't know about y'all. I'm from Ypsilanti, born and raised. I moved my kids away because I didn't feel safe here. And this is sad because now my nephew doesn't feel safe here. And we as a Black community don't feel safe with the people that are supposed to protect us. Something needs to be done about it. I thank y'all for your time. I hope y'all heard what I said. Something really needs to be done. It's sad. You can also hear the other gentleman who was speaking, you can hear him crying out for somebody to help him because 4 officers was jumping on him. That's unacceptable. is unacceptable with anybody. But to make a statement and say that they were, he said he was trying to stop my nephew before if anything escalated, he was calm with his hands up in the air. You see him fall back to the ground, hit his head hard. I mean, they're gonna get away with this. They're gonna keep doing this to people because they're gonna get away with it. Something has to be done.
Yeah.
I thank you.
Thank you. You're our last in then, but. Good evening.
How are y'all doing? So what you just said was powerful, but it's nothing new. If that was an elderly white woman who stepped out of the car with her hands up, would she have got tased? That's the first thing that comes to my mind, right? And a lot of people are coming up here saying different things, but if we claim to be a system that's for the people, I know if I go out right now and tase an officer, I'm gonna get several different charges. So where's the scrutiny, right? If we're not gonna charge this officer, is he gonna be brought down temporarily? Where's the reformation? Because at the forum I was at the other day, this young lady spoke up and said that the police force needs to be reformed. They just took a life. And Brian Foley spoke up and said, oh, that's Washtenaw County, that's not YPD. But these systems are interconnected. Ypsilanti is the second biggest city in Washtenaw County. So you have anywhere between 15 to 30 plus officers that could be deployed in Ypsilanti at any given moment. This is the second biggest city in Washtenaw County. These forces work together. They're both police forces. They have no choice but to work together. So they are in unison and they both need reformation. And if we're here for the people, then the next step that needs to be taken is that officer or officers need to be called out and they need to be publicly humiliated because they did something wrong. And when someone does something wrong who looks like me, they're judged harshly, even though we know minorities already have traps put in place that stop them from prevailing. And then they get hit with the book on top of that. So I just ask that if we're genuine, can we come together and let our actions speak that?
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Jimmy.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, that will close public comment. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak on a lot of different issues. I definitely, I felt the last few speakers about what happened, I'm assuming within the township because it was the sheriff's department. And I encourage folks to, you know, file complaints and take the appropriate steps if there are, information to be shared. I think that systems are interconnected, and so it's important to reflect on behavior. But I do want to clarify that we don't have any jurisdiction over what happens with the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department proper. So we appreciate the comments, but we can't actually take action on anything that happens with them while we can provide information and support. I'm sorry, what?
She had her hand. Thank you, Bishop.
Jimmy was the last
person. Okay, I didn't see you, and I didn't have you signed up, or.
Jimmy was the last person.
Let me speak. Hey there.
Jimmy was the last person.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's always a mix of business and personal. Today it's a little more personal. I'm here this evening because the city of Ypsilanti is charging me with a misdemeanor for interfering with a police investigation. I'm being charged with a misdemeanor for interfering in the police investigation of a 76-year-old, cognitively impaired, Black, homeless man, taking too long in the Transit Center bathroom, for which 4 to 5 YPD officers handcuffed and searched him. This man has been a member of this community for decades. he should be able to walk these streets with safety and dignity. This incident occurred several days after the siege on Cross Street, in which I was again physically manhandled by your police officers. I maintain my innocence in this situation. I maintain that I have no power to interfere in 4 to 5 armed men handcuffing a 77-year-old man by refusing to step back. My refusal to move back from witnessing the assault of an elderly community member who I have sheltered and cared for in my own home is not interfering in your investigation. It was important to me to stand witness to his assault, to be present with him, to let him know that he was not alone, to let him know that I would do everything in my power to ensure his continuing safety. I had just watched your officers defend ripping a hole in a man's home and sending him to surgery. This man deserves safety and dignity that he still does not have. And instead, you are criminalizing me. You are forever impacting the course of my future because I would not let your officers assault an elderly, homeless, cognitively impaired Black man and stand idly by. And I will not. I will not. You can timestamp that for the evidence, Randy. I will not stand idly by and let our vulnerable community members be assaulted by anyone. And I hope that you will raise the standard of the Ypsilanti Police Department such that they know our residents, they know our resources, and they know how to handle these situations safely, with care and dignity. That's all for tonight.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We are at proclamation. Let's see. Oh, Councilman Fellows.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge all the speakers tonight because it was quite a powerful public comment. So many topics being covered, from proclamations, recognition to people that are pro-police, people that are critical of police, the people that want postponement to encampment removal, people that want the removal to be sooner than later, South Washington, Black Lives Matter Boulevard, Canterbury Corner, Ypsi Thrift Shop. These are all interlocking issues that were covered tonight. And so it is an expression of kind of where we're at as a community. And I just want to acknowledge that we have work to do. We have work to do. And so thank you for, bringing these issues to the fore, bringing it to our attention so we can start working together. I wanted to address the South Washington part of the conversation because it's not on our agenda tonight. So I agree, I'm concerned about the increased activity, drug activity, and just people that don't have anywhere to go and don't have service support. And this was a very predictable situation because we've had an atrophy of service support downtown. Last year we had Fed Up Ministries truck, we had care-based safety, we had leaf harm reduction down there, we had a very involved library social worker. We don't have any of that this summer, and that's why we're seeing more instability downtown. And like people were saying, this is nothing new. This has been a 10-year crisis that's just becoming more visible to the wider community. And people have been coming out longer than 10 years to demand that we have a permanent shelter, that we have an unarmed community responder program, that we have service support for these situations. And there has been a lack of motion from the city government. So this is why there's an explosive moment happening right now. And I am fearful that this summer is going to be hard for the rest of summer. So we need to come together to start putting together those promises of a permanent shelter, of an unarmed community responder program, so we can prevent this from escalating, especially with next summer. So keep holding us to the fire for that, and let's work together. I also want to address Mary Johnson, who came to speak out about what happened on Forest Boulevard. I'm not so sure that was in the township actually, so I've heard it was Forest Street by Frog Island. And I did see that video. It was really, really hard to watch the level of police brutality that was happening to someone who was, beaten on camera and then tased and fell to the ground and hit his head very hard. This is police brutality that is unacceptable in our community, and the reason why it happens is because we haven't been keeping the sheriff and the local PD accountable for these type of actions. So that is something we need to do as well. We need to hold our public enforcement accountable so that community members can trust that when they have an interaction, it's not going to turn into a high risk situation where there's a possibility of death. That is not public safety. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming out tonight. I know there are different competing interests and agendas on these topics, but I am hopeful that when we come together as a community, we're going to be able to solve this, but we need to start moving and acting now. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our proclamations, unless anyone else on the council has something they'd like to share.
Okay, I would just talk about the senior parking lot. I don't know what the update of that is, because I know we'll talk about the encampment later, but if we could get an update about the parking lot being redid for the senior center.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whole bunch of old cops. Why is it?
All right. Okay, thank you. All right, we have one proclamation and a presentation. And so this is a proclamation for Ypsilanti Farmers Market Week, August 2nd through 8th, 2026. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the farmers and growers of Ypsilanti provide residents with access to fresh, nutritious, locally grown food through the Ypsilanti Farmers Market, one of the first in the state to accept food assistance programs such as SNAP, Double Up Food Bucks, with Produce Connection, Senior Market Fresh, and Prescription for Health. And whereas the Ypsilanti Farmers Market relocated to 16 South Washington Street in 2025, establishing a central, vibrant, year-round hub for community, commerce, and local food that welcome an average of 850 visitors each week during the outdoor season, and 320 visitors each week during the indoor winter market. And whereas in October 2025, when federal SNAP benefits were abruptly paused, the Ypsilanti Farmers Market and Growing Hope responded immediately by launching the Ypsi SNAP Gap, a community-funded, token-based emergency bridge program that recirculated $12,000 in fresh food purchasing power so that Ypsilanti's most food-insecure residents could continue accessing nutritious food without interruption. And whereas the Ypsilanti Farmers Market's Power of Produce Club engaged 100 youth in 2025, putting fresh produce and purchasing power directly in the hands of children ages 4 to 12, and building the next generation of community members who know where their food comes from and believe the money belongs to them. And whereas farmers markets and other agricultural direct marketing outlets provide infrastructure to assist in the distribution of farm and value-added products, thereby contributing approximately $9 billion each year to the U.S. economy. And whereas the National Farmers Market Coalition has declared August 2nd through 8th as National Farmers Market Week. And whereas the Ypsilanti City Council recognizes the essential role farmer markets play in promoting health, justice, and economic opportunity across our city, and affirms the importance of expanding agricultural marketing opportunities that support the next generation of farmers and food entrepreneurs, generate income that stimulates local business development and job creation, and build community through the shared act of growing, selling, and preparing food together. Now, therefore, to further awareness of the market's contributions to Ypsilanti's local economy, health, and social fabric, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of Ypsilanti, do hereby proclaim the week of August 2nd through 8th, 2026 as Ypsilanti Farmers Market Week in alignment with National Farmers Market Week. I urge all citizens to celebrate our market with gratitude, advocacy, and joyful participation, and to join us on Saturday, August 8th, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 16 South Washington Street, given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, July 21st, 2026. Thank you. We appreciate our farmers market. We appreciate access to fresh food, to build a community. And thank you, Julius, and to everyone who works over at Growing Hope to keep things moving and who run the farmers markets. Any comments from council? All right. Doing a great job, yes, thank you. Okay, we are now at our presentation, oh, it's here, from Dr. Brandon Tucker from Washington Community College.
Good evening, Council. It's my pleasure to address you and to talk about the good work that we're doing here at WCC. I have some slides. I don't know where they are. You guys have them. And I'll attempt to step through them. On this side. There we go. For over 60 years, there was a conversation that was had both in Ypsilanti and in Arbor in the late 50s. There was a need for, at that time, a community and technical college. And so Eastern and U of M, most people don't know, came together along with a few community members and said, okay, we want to intentionally locate this campus in the middle of these two universities to be able to provide something that we know we just don't. And so the story has been told that in 65, eventually in 67, the village came out to be able to support, at that point, opened our doors, 1,200 students. Now Washington Community College annually sees over 21,500 students a year. And it's important to note that in the summer, many of those students, 5,000 of our 8,000 are guests. So those are individuals going to Eastern, U of M, Michigan State, Central Michigan, that come to us, and I just saw one today in the hallway, that take that science or that math or that automotive class to complete their degree. And there is, on the next slide, a short video. I don't know if it will play, but it gives you kind of a background of what we've been doing over the last few years.
Sorry.
No.
Right.
If not, we can.
Feel sound.
Yes, so good. Well, as we advance through the video, it shows that we have over 140 programs at the college. 95 plus of those programs are occupational programs. So we talk about nursing, we can talk about rad techs, we talk about our public service training, our police academy, and then about 45 of those are transfer programs. So individuals can start with us and be able to transfer to their four-year institution of choice. We're the #1 transfer institution. It's the University of Michigan, and we're the #1 transfer institution to Eastern Michigan. We should hopefully, that should be what we do, right? But we also transfer credits across the country. A significant growth area has been for our online. We know the students.
For 60 years, Washtenaw Community College has been an integral part of this community. What we do matters because of who it touches. It shows up in the nurse who walks into a hospital room at 3 a.m., attentive and focused, caring for someone's parent. It shows up in the police officer who answers the call, trained not just in skill, but in judgment, responsibility, and service. It shows up in the teacher who stands in front of a classroom, shaping the next generation patiently every single day. And it shows up in the people who build our future, the skilled trades and manufacturing professionals who build and power our region, the technicians, coders, and cybersecurity professionals protecting the systems we rely on every day. They are our neighbors, our family, and our future. When we support them, we support the very heart of our community. Learn more at wccnet.edu/millage.
Technology worked. And that's just a snapshot of what we do, right? We know that we meet students wherever they're at. So good, we had to run a
College has been an integral part of.
One thing that most people don't realize is the average age of our student is 26. So most people think about community college, they think it's 18, 19 year olds. We have a lot of them, but we have a lot of students that come back for retraining and a lot of students that come back for second stage careers. Our commencement speaker this year had a 30-year career in law and came back to the college because she had a desire to do environmental issues. So she went back, got an associate's in environmental science, and it now is giving back on a number of boards here in our community. One thing that I would like council to know as we advance to the next slide, hopefully, is that we are up for millage renewal August 4th. you had no, it's out there. But more importantly, we want to be able to continue to do things like this and let our community and our elected officials know that we see the economic engine for our local community. You talk about our trades that are here and taking over Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor, $23 million of economic impact over 7 weeks. When you talk about those individuals that are dual enrolling with us, meaning they're taking classes when they're in high school, there's some 1,600 of them a year, 850 on our campus through our Washington Technical Middle College. But we are trying to address both young people's needs, but then also community needs. And many of you know, and it's good to see Andrew, your city manager, what we do in Park Ridge, what we do in Ellsworth, right, is a testament of us being the community's college. And as long as we've been around and for as long as we will stand, we want to ensure that we have what we need on main campus, but we're able to branch out into community. What you see on the screen is just a snapshot of some of the careers. As I mentioned, 141 programs. We have a variety of career as well as liberal arts and science. As you think about Aisha Bowe, who many of you have heard about, that went to space, literally. She was a student that came to Washtenaw, whose high school counselor said you probably should go there because you won't do well at a 4-year school. And what did she do? She came to Washtenaw. She has a supportive faculty and a supportive counselor. And she not only got an associate's degree or had enough credits, but she transferred to University of Michigan seamlessly and went on to NASA. In addition, there's some other, I made this available, there's some other alumni success stories. She's just one of many. When you look at Mike, who's a veteran who came back from service and said, I'm good with technical things, but I need a degree. And then when you look at just our many alumni, they have very unique stories. But the one thing that's consistent is that they lead on to college and we embrace them. And of course, Zach. Zach is one of our auto students who came to us after Hurricane Katrina. He Googled, where should I go to school for auto? And somehow the algorithms and the Google ads that we paid for said, come to Ann Arbor, come to MC. And he showed up here because he had one family member in Michigan. And not only came to us, got a degree, now is a leader at Toyota. And is helping young people by coming back to campus to do conversations. I know the text is a little bit crazy, but when you just think about our economic impact, I talk about our trade partners that come here, 23 million, 7 weeks. Our annual overall is 524 million that goes back as a community. When you think about all the 1,000 students that we enroll every year, but more importantly, the students to get a certificate or a degree, how many people we're able to train? That's, as I told our board of trustees tonight around our update around Park Ridge, that's economic access. And we want to make that available for all because we know education is an equalizer. And if we provide it and people take it and they apply it, that's how we begin to have more homeowners in Ypsilanti. That's how we begin to move the needle of poverty. That's how we begin to have more certificate and degree holders in our county. So we are excited to continue to be beacon of light in our community. Are grateful for City Council's continued support at Park Ridge and other things that we do. And of course, at this time I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for the presentation. Fun fact, I am a graduate of WTMC. So I went to Washington Middle College for high school.
What do you call someone who went to WCC?
What a winner. Yeah, so I transferred to Eastern from WTMC with an associate. Yes, one of the early groups.
Around a little while.
A little bit. So thank you for being here. Questions from council, Councilman Tues.
I honestly have a question. Thank you for the presentation. In high school, I was also dual enrolled at WCC. I went to Ypsilanti New Tech at Harvard, and I took classes at high school and at WCC. And those were was a great experience. I earned some college credits that I was able to take with me when I graduated and further on my education after high school. And then recently in 2023, I received my HVAC certificate from Washington Community College. So if anybody can speak to the benefits to the community and to individuals that WCC presents, I'm thankful for my education at the moment. And I'm employed.
And what do you think I forgot to mention, because of the community support from our village and just community members, we're able to keep our tuition low. Right?
Yes.
So $99 a credit hour for in-district residents. We've held that line for the last 4 or 6 years. It's been too many to count because we want to make sure it's accessible. And I run the joke, I graduated undergrad just a few years ago, 20 something now, and I paid $200 and $300 a credit hour. And to think that I work in an institution that's $99 for in district, a little more if you live out of district, but it's a testament for us being able to do it because.
On that note, can you talk about the millage renewal and that this is not new, it's like a replacement? Can you tell folks about
Absolutely, it is not new, it is a replacement. You will, as you look at your tax bills, I tell people, not a tax person, look at tax bills and the estimates, but it is not a new tax. It is restoring 0.85 bills, and the Headley Act is in effect for our senior population to ensure that it doesn't raise past inflation. But it provides the ability to keep tuition low. And we know that we're one of few institutions, not just in our region, but even in our state, that's been able to hold a line of tuition. I mean, we tell people that's because we have great community support for both residents and our businesses. But it is not a new millage request, essentially renewing what we went out for 10 years ago, 2016.
Councilman McLean?
Thank you, Dr. Tucker, for the presentation. I think probably everybody on this panel knows a little bit about WCC, maybe some know a lot about WCC. But there is so much to know because you're doing so much that I think you always learn something anytime a presentation like this is done. One of the things that I was most proud of during my time on the WCC Board of Trustees was how responsive we were as well to businesses. You did a great job talking about responsiveness to students, student needs, meeting them where they are. And all of that is absolutely true. But also businesses, when they come, my experience was when they come to the college and say, hey, we need workers, can you help us train them? It was simply astounding. Having spent a lot of time in hiring myself, it was astounding to see an institution that could be responsive in 6 to 8 months. You could have a training program with students in those seats. Yep. And those businesses would guarantee that if you bring them and got them the credential, they would have jobs. Absolutely. And that kind of model, in my mind, makes WCC nothing short of a community treasure in this community. And I wanted to make sure, that's the reason I brought the resolution forward. I want to make sure that we continue as a community to support WCC. I think it is, nobody loves tax dollars, but some tax dollars are spent better than others. I would argue that these tax dollars are spent really, really well. So it's my hope that this council later in this meeting will support the millage, support for proposal, but I also hope that they'll support the college in many, many ways throughout the years to come, as we have in years past.
Thank you. And you might remember your time on the board, one of those asks, which now seems like it was, yesterday, but it was now a decade ago almost, Surge Tech. So it was Michigan Medicine and Trinity, really, IHA, that said we can't find surge techs, and we didn't have program. Sterile processing was another example. They needed sterile processors. We launched that program. That was what you probably referred to as about 6 months. And now that program is constantly full. It's 24 students a semester. And that program now has IHA, Trinity, Michigan Medicine, all fighting for those students, where they come out making $21.50, $23 an hour for 6 months of training. And then they come back and be a surge tech. They come back and be a nurse because they have tuition reimbursement. So We do try to pride ourselves in being the community's college, you know, supporting it to your point, students and the employers.
Councilwoman Fellows?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really good. And I moved to this area in 2003 and started at WCC and benefited from the writing clinic a lot. It was really supportive in developing the skills I have today, and I am employed too. And then almost 20 years later, went back to get a motorcycle riding certificate. So I really appreciate WCC for kind of like the range of things that's offered. And but the point of the taxes is a big one for our community. We have one of the highest tax rates in the state. And so I wonder if you can talk a little bit about like what this millage will do for expanding new programs, or what can people expect from this millage renewal that will benefit like Ypsilanti residents in particular?
Absolutely. And thank you for being a WCC student. It's kind of multi-pronged. So first, it's an operating village, right? That provides us to be able to have the base operating dollars to be able to operate the institution, but also to hold a lot of tuition. In terms of investment, we, and I mentioned this to our board of trustees before I got here, we try to make sure that our students have real world experiences in the classroom. So sometimes HVAC, for example, if you go to a trade school or maybe another community college, you don't necessarily have access to equipment that you would see in the field.
Yeah.
Our HVAC lab has over 45 functioning HVAC units that are plugged in, that are not tinker toys. But it's stuff like that with our labs. Tonight, I asked our board to consider updating our dental simulators, because we have a dental assisting program. And those dental simulators were 25 years old. So we're going to hopefully update those so students can actually use equipment that they'll see when they get out to the dentist office. So first, I think it's making sure that we keep tuition low with the passage of the village. Second, it's making sure that we have the equipment that we need, but then also emerging technologies, right? So one thing that we've tried to do is keep up pace with technology. Many of you might remember about 3 years ago, cars were not able to be sold because of chips. And so we started a semiconductor program. Microelectronics more broadly, because we know there's not maybe a semiconductor factory here in Ypsilanti or in Ann Arbor, but being able to take what are problems in our country, make them more personal down here to the local level. We launched that program. We got funding from the state. We were able to have some dollars from our general fund. And now come fall, we have a clean room that you would use in a microelectronics factory. And we know that there's a number of jobs that are available in our region. So I think for one is keeping tuition low. Two is being able to invest in labs. And third is being able to have faculty and staff that are paid an equitable wage, and making sure that we're able to take care of the people that serve our students and our community every day. It's very long-winded answer. Hopefully that's your question.
Thank you. Further Councilwoman?
I would just say thanks for the presentation. I like that a lot of us on this board has connections with WCC. After I had a career at the airport, the company I worked for downsized, and I was wondering, what do I do next? I started at Washington Community College, so shout out to Justin T, who encouraged me to go further.
Dr. Liberty is I go and do these community presentations. A lot of people always talk about Justin. So thank you.
Any further comments for our council? Well,
thank you.
Again, thank you so much for and what you all do in the community. I mean, this was a coincidence that I'm wearing the STEM summer camp. Sure, I did that do this on purpose, but even just the work that your team does over at Parker's for these young folks and the hands-on experiences that they get with technology and math and all the STEM programming, it's just amazing. Like spending time with them and watching them engage with your staff and volunteers, of course. over at Parker, so thank y'all so much.
You all invited to that graduation.
Oh, yes, August get that.
August 7th, and it is see those 50 kids and our team. Our board cares so much about that work that we have an annual report that we give to the board on activities related to Park Ridge. And that was tonight. So I just shouted out Cheryl and Janice and Ashley and company. So
Great, you have a great team.
yeah, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. All right. Into more fun stuff. Okay. Councilman Tucson, you have our first ordinance.
Yes, sir.
1466.
Yes, I do. So resolution number 2026 you said which one? 1466.
Yeah. For the.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes. Resolution number 2026-147, ordinance 1466, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas True Community Credit Union has submitted an application requesting zoning of property located at 424 South Mansfield from PMD Production, Manufacturing, and Distribution to General Corridor. And whereas the requested rezone has been processed in accordance with the requirements of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, Public Act 110 of 2006 as amended, and the City of Ypsilanti zoning ordinance. And whereas the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the proposed rezoning on June 17th, 2026, receiving public comment and considering the application, staff report, and applicable documents. And whereas following its review, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed rezoning to the City Council. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council hereby approves at its first reading ordinance number 1466, amending the zoning map to rezone the property located at 424 South Mansfield from production, manufacturing, and distribution to general corridor, and I so moved.
Support.
So moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon. Hello.
Good evening, everybody. So I will provide a very brief background. 424 South Mansfield, that is presently the site of True Community Credit Union. They are also the applicant for this rezoning request. They are wanting to rezone the property from PMD, which is production, manufacturing, and distribution, the general corridor. The parcel size is relatively large. It's approximately 3.4 acres. And as mentioned in the resolution, Planning Commission did recommend approval of this rezoning. To kind of get some spatial context as to where the property is located, it is at the southwest corner of West Michigan and South Mansfield, and it currently acts as a gateway property entering the city with frontage along West Michigan Avenue. Looking at the existing site features, there's the existing credit union building. It has a large expansive lawn, and it also has a sizable wetland in the what is classified as the rear yard, but appears to be in the side yard when you're looking at the property. Looking at the surrounding land uses to the north, east, and west, I apologize, to the north, south, and west. No, it is northeast and west. You have the township, and then to the south, you have the city. Looking at I want to also provide a little bit of brief history. The property is presently non-conforming due to the existing land use in the PMD district. Financial institutions are not permitted. However, historically, the property was zoned M1 and was known as the light manufacturing zoning district. And the city did amend the ordinance in 1996 to permit financial institutions. Ultimately, when the PMD district was created, financial institutions were later removed, making the existing credit union a legal non-conforming use. The applicant stated in their request that they wanted to see the property rezoned to general corridor because financial institutions are permitted by right in that district. So that would ultimately eliminate the existing non-conforming status. And the property would more closely align with the general corridor zoning that's located along West Michigan Avenue. Looking at the master plan and how it designates this part of the city, it is presently within the districts and is specifically known as the South Industrial Jobs District. The area is primarily we're primarily aiming to support jobs and economic opportunity, especially within industrial sectors. When you look at the the characteristics of this property, you'll notice that it does front in Michigan Avenue, as I mentioned, and there are general border properties that are zoned all along West Michigan. And so, looking at both the district and general corridor designations, this property shares key spatial characteristics for both frameworks. When you compare the PMD district to the general corridor, PMD tends to be a little bit more employment focused and it's primarily industrial uses, whereas the general corridor is a mixed use corridor with commercial and service uses. The PMD is known as or is considered a use-based district or Euclidean-based district, which is essentially the traditional standard American type of zoning designation. It's also known as like single-use zoning, whereas the general corridor is a form-based district, and it encourages a mix of uses. It tries to encourage more walkable and pedestrian-friendly development. In the PMD, as I mentioned, financial services are not permitted, but the financial services permitted in the general corridor. So ultimately, looking at the pros and cons, but not really cons. The benefits is it would remove the approval of this application would remove the legal non-conforming status, align the zoning better with the existing use, recognizes corridor frontage, and creates consistency with adjacent general border properties. As a result, though, some other consequences, not negative consequences, but results of this change is that it would remove land from the designated jobs district. It may reduce future industrial or employment opportunities, and it could encourage additional rezoning requests nearby. But yeah, so that's all I have for y'all.
Okay, before we get into questions, I'm gonna open a public hearing and then we'll hear from the audience if anyone wants to talk to it, and then we'll come back. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, please raise your hand. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, council. I'm Woody Isaacs. I'm a landscape architect consultant for True Community Credit Union from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And I think Josh just described everything that I would have said about why our client went about wanting the zoning change. Primarily, again, just to align their use with the zoning district. And so we would ask for approval based on the recommendation from the planning commission. And if there's any questions, I'm here to help with that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council on this topic? Seeing none, please close the public hearing.
All right, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance number 1466 entitled 424 South Mansfield rezoning be officially closed, and I so move. Work.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McQueen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
The second one of them.
Quick question. Right before we went to the public hearing, you talked about the only con, but not really, is the potential for loss of job.
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little more?
So it's this is ultimately a technicality. As all zoning is. The master plan has designated the PMD district in this section of the city as the jobs district. And so, and with the industrial uses that are permitted within the PMD zoning district, and with this being a larger property, there is potential in the future where we could see somebody potentially propose, a large light manufacturing type of use. However, one of the nice things is that the general corridor, I would consider like our second most intensive zoning district in terms of land uses. And so a lot of the light manufacturing uses are also permitted in the general corridor. It's just the industrial uses will be a little bit more intense in the PMD, or the permissibility for industrial uses will be more intense in the PMD.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. Thanks, thanks, Josh. I think at that point, this property is positioned in an interesting space because the wetland next to it kind of dissuades people from those more intense uses, right? And so that's not gonna happen. The point of making it general quarter then opens it up for other businesses that couldn't be there right now. And the question I have is, would this then permit access from Michigan Avenue? Because right now, the credit union goes off to, and that's why that wetland is in the rear, is because access to South Mansfield. So, and I know that it's. So would that open up driveways on Michigan Avenue?
I mean, it's certainly something that would be possible. That would be possible even now with the current zoning. Yeah.
You know, the conversation at the discussion at the planning commission, you know, was many of the same things were being there. The irony of having it be part of the jobs district and then they wanted to sell it and make a standalone drive-through that would reduce the jobs that were there, but I don't know that there's anybody working in the building now anyway.
Yeah, there certainly are people that are working in the building, but at the last, or I believe I had an email correspondence with the design professional that is not something that the credit union is presently exploring, because I've made it very clear that it would not be possible with the existing zoning, it would not be possible with the general corridor zoning designation, and this is just rather making the land use itself legally conforming.
So the unintended drive-through is not part of the general corridor?
I'm sorry?
It's not allowed in the general corridor?
Drive-throughs are allowed in the general corridor, but a standalone drive-through would not be permitted because it's a form-based zoning code, so they would have to actually build like a structure. And a remote ATM drive-through is not at all compatible with the requirements of the form-based code.
I think that's consensus was, you know, this was enough of an overlap in terms of the uses and the jobs that could be created from more diverse possibilities would be a bonus. In section 8, there's an incomplete sentence that just starts with while. That was supposed to be more in there, or
what page is that?
I just referenced that section. And there's boxed language in the first page, and I couldn't read through the red line to see what
box language on
the primitive uses. Yeah.
Oh, I see. It looks like it looks like it got distorted. Ultimately, the permitted uses, what I was trying to box in was the financial institutions, including banks. Those were the permitted uses when this district was known as the M1 district.
No, it's all first.
Councilmember Phillips? Yeah, this included a lot of information and context, which I appreciate. I guess I'll just first say, you know, I'm inclined to support what the planning commission has already cited. That said, I am curious about your perspective as far as rezoning in general, my impression is that this rezoning would add kind of value instantly to that land, and so there is possibility for selling it. And so I guess I would want to hear your perspective and the applicant's perspective on like what could happen and what is the proposal? What are we thinking is gonna happen besides, you know, the kiosk plans?
Yeah, so I mean, you know, because I was going into the nitty gritty of the master plan and like what it says about districts and the general corridor. I do believe that the rezoning is appropriate and there is the benefit of making the land use conforming. With that said, the building still wouldn't be formed with the form-based code. And so the structure itself would still be legally non-conforming and that would continue indefinitely. Now, the term itself, legally non-conforming, tends to be very scary for a lot of people. Fortunately, we have an ordinance that is very permissive of allowing legal nonconformities to exist, you know, for as long as somebody is maintaining that legal nonconformity. With that said, like let's say it remains a financial institution and they want to do some major site improvements. They would still be permitted, even with the potential non-conforming status of the building, to make those changes and do additions and do major site renovations as long as it's consistent with the existing zoning regulations, or those changes are consistent with the existing zoning regulations. In terms of you know, the use of the property itself, I'm ultimately not fully aware as to what the credit union plans to do moving forward. One of the other benefits of rezoning this to a form-based code is you have the township to the north, west, and east. And ultimately, those zoning designations, those are also form-based codes. And so for those of you who have seen the new Sheets redevelopment or development, you notice the convenience stores in the front, whereas the gas pumps are in the back. That's a direct result of the township's form-based code. And you know, that will ultimately mean that if we see development happen on that property, that the development will also be consistent with our neighborhood. So
And it will, any kind of like a major development proposal would probably come back to us for
it depends. Any major redevelopment will certainly go before the planning commission. If for some reason they were to propose a planning development, then council would definitely be looking at that. But if they wanted to do a major redevelopment, let's say it's a mixed use commercial residential type of redevelopment, that's something that would be done under the purview of planning commission's review. You know, and so like it'll still be, you know, publicly available. We'll still do the proper public noticing requirements in our ordinance and the zoning enabling act. So,
and I want to hear from the applicant next, but just like my final question for you is there as far as like when we have PMDs and other things come in front of us, that we can put conditions on there. So in the rezoning, can we also add a condition of like, we expect that this use would be for the stated use of the applicants?
That's a good question. I think I would refer to Brandy.
My question was, in PMDs, we have to put conditions for granting, you know, different PUDs. And so I'm wondering in the situation of rezoning too, where applicants saying this is what we plan to do with the rezoning, that we add a condition that, you know, that is what happens as a part of granting the rezoning.
They have to look at it, but that potentially gives you a condition was on the spot zoning. Doesn't necessarily be appropriate.
All right.
Obviously wants to speak to it too.
So that would be essentially it's conditional rezoning. Conditional rezoning was Michigan Supreme Court has ruled be illegal, so you cannot put a condition on a rezoning. You can put a condition as part of the PUD because it's built into making a better development. Rezoning, it's a yes or no.
Hmm. Well, then, one more question. One more question on that would there be any reason why, could we do this as a PUD instead of a rezoning? Because that's kind of been my concern about rezonings in general, is that there's no condition.
Yeah, so, you know, the applicant, they would have to propose, or the owner would have to propose, doing a PUD. Ultimately, that's not something that we can require them to do because the, you know, the request was for PMD to GC and the planning commission recommended that. Well, that's not something that we can really do. With that said, you know, the land use itself will still remain the same. And unless nothing will change unless the applicant comes forward to do a major redevelopment. And any type of major redevelopment, unless they're just simply, like, let's say they sold the building and then sold it to somebody else, I don't know, an office or something, they would be able to occupy the space as existing. But if they want to do any major redevelopment, you know, then that would be something that would for sure come before the planning commission.
Thank you. Could we hear from the applicant too about this?
Yeah, thanks for the questions. We, you know, in light of the kind of lukewarm response we had to the standalone kiosk ITM discussion that we had with Josh early on in this process, we felt that getting the zoning again aligned with the use made sense and was a logical step to take. Since the financial institution is allowed within the GC and not the PMD. As far as future redevelopment of the parcel, I don't know. You know, True is my client, but they've not expressed to me any other proposals at this point in time. We did discuss with the planning commission in terms of their recommendation that we fully understand that if this rezoning is accepted or approved, that any redevelopment, as Josh alluded to, that requires a site plan approval, we would of course come back for a site plan approval. So we would certainly expect that whatever redevelopment within the bounds of the zoning that we're requesting for the parcel. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the council? All right, well, seeing none, call the vote.
Councilmember McQueen.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, we have 1467. The 1467. The ordinance and the resolution as well. Right. Resolution number 2026 1-149, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city is committed to updating the zoning ordinance to address evolving business practices, whereas the proposed amendments introduce definitions for drive-in service, curbside service, and walk-up windows to clearly distinguish these business activities, and whereas the proposed amendments aim to improve accessibility for all city residents and visitors, and whereas the Ypsi Planning Commission reviewed the proposed amendments and recommended approval following a duly noticed public hearing, and now therefore it be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council hereby approves that its first reading of ordinance number 1467 entitled Walk-Up Window Zoning Text Amendment, and I so move. Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Hello. So, to provide just a really brief background, we received an application from Golden City Club, they're the dispensary at 121 East Michigan. Ultimately, they were requesting to, allow for walk-up windows, and drive-in, which we defined as curbside, because we didn't have anything like that in our ordinance. And we requested this specifically for marijuana retailers and or provisioning sectors. The reason why they were requesting that amendment is because walk-up windows in drive-in spaces were explicitly listed as not permitted for marijuana retailers. However, that when we received the application, looked at this as an opportunity to expand accessibility for walk-up windows. And so in this ordinance, or in this ordinance amendment, it would permit walk-up windows in curbside services for marijuana retailers and micro businesses. It would also define what a walk-up window is, and it establishes regulations to promote accessibility for walk-up windows and redefine what driving curbside services look like. So ultimately, this separate approach would ensure that Ypsilanti is accessible for all. When you look at the changes to the ordinance, you have in the definitions section, we're defining drive-in services and we're defining what a walk-up window is. One of the things I ran into when undertaking this amendment, I was trying to get inspiration and look at other ordinances to see how they regulate walk-up windows, and I pretty much hit a dead wall. There was absolutely nothing. And so with that, I wanted to ensure that we did do these amendments to make sure that our walk-up windows are easily accessible, but it was definitely something new that we were looking into. And so based on that, you'll see that within the section 122.558W, which is the use-based section for walk-up windows, it ultimately establishes an accessible route, and that is required to comply with ADA standards. It provides requirements for service counter accessibility. It also ensures that or requires that there is separation between vehicles and pedestrians to ensure that, let's say you have a business with a walk-up window and there's a line out or a really long line. We don't want people queuing within drive aisles. You want people queuing, specifically in the parking lot. So it's going to require applicants to ultimately ensure that they are able to accommodate a longer line if that is necessary. So with that said, it's not a major amendment. The only other thing I wanted to touch on is that we also include curbside signs as an exempted sign from requiring a sign permit. And that is because, especially in light of, it's been 6 years, but COVID, looking at how so many restaurants and businesses moved to curbside services, this was something that was not permitted in our ordinance. And so we're having that signage without a permit. And so I wanted to ensure that people can continue to do those curbside services, especially because, it means that our city can be even more accessible to all. So, yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Before we go to questions, we're gonna open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, feel free to raise your hand. Anybody on
No, not mine.
please close the public hearing. Resolved by the council that it's city of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance number 1467 entitled Walk-Up Window Zoning Tax Amendment be officially closed, and I so move. Moved by Councilmember Phil, supported by Councilmember Chan. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, the floor is open for questions. For Jeff. It's more a comment. I think with this ordinance reading in the previous one, I know it's been going through the planning commission because of the background context, but I just wasn't as aware of it as sometimes I am with ordinances that are coming before us. So I guess my request for these two ordinances would be for it to, it's more of a, I guess something from Tracy, that it not be included on the consent agenda, because I think it would be good to have the opportunity to do amendments if necessary for our next meeting.
So for the second reading, you don't want it.
Yeah.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that they shouldn't be.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this?
Thanks, Josh. This is a spirited and humorous discussion here, planning commission. Being that it came from a cannabis retailer, they very quickly kind of began looking and said, yeah, we're not gonna go with that, but we can talk about walk windows all we want. So, and some of them thought this was just an interesting proposal. I just wanted to note that the applicant had been, had established this already when it wasn't permitted. And I thought that was interesting, but also because there are other businesses throughout the state have them. So that was why to do it. Well, like, we didn't know we could. I was like, oh, I don't know if I accept that answer much these days, but and with that, I think some of the comments that made in their application in terms of how, you know, I don't see how some of these things are actually relevant in terms of the how it fits into the master plan and what it doesn't promote anything more than people want to having purchased them. I'm curious about how the state has determined that a transaction in which half of the transaction is outside the building fits into the permitting for cannabis business. Because it's like, you know, and they make points in their application that it's like, oh, they have transactions outside. It's like, well, no, it's not. Half of the transactions right there, the transaction is across the threshold. So I don't know how they get addressed. And the state obviously has allowed this in other places, right? And they've permitted it in other places. So that seems very strange. And having worked in a dispensary, it's like, I can see all sorts of problems with that. Right? I also don't agree that this encourages any multimodal transportation that isn't happening already. Now, I know people don't have the money to buy a lock for their bicycle and buying weed for that fun doesn't make sense to me. So I would still buy stuff in there, but overall, I think the planning commission did a great job in terms of broadening the scope of this and putting definitions in place up there. And I will.
Thank you. Further comment or questions from council? Please call it on the first reading.
Councilmember Fleet.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have our next ordinance, 1468 and resolution 151.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that ordinance number 1468, titled an ordinance to amend chapter 18, article 6, inspection and control of certain buildings of the Ypsilanti City Code by amending sections 18.111, 18.115, 18.146, 18.148, and adding section 18.167 be approved upon first reading. So.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Good evening.
Good evening, council. This is the long-awaited, worked on pretty aggressively, amendments to our, certificate of compliance ordinances. It's very comprehensive, it's a very long document, apologize for that, but city attorney and I, as well as my staff, the city manager, have been working diligently to try to make sure that these all come in to make sure some of the questions in our ordinance are answered. And we make sure we do get what we want. The vast, if not every change in here was presented at least tacitly to the subcommittee for
Tenants' rights.
tenants' rights. I always mess it up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we went through kind of a laundry list of what we were looking to add. We did not go through every single bit of this because this is a 40-page document of things that were added, but we did kind of go through the overall generalizations of it. And so to give you kind of a couple of things, we expanded what the definition of dangerous building is. We added a definition of code official. Staff had kind of recommended to put in there that code official could also be a fire department employee or a police department employee. The tenants' rights ad hoc committee said, we're not comfortable with that, we want to hear more about that, so that was removed from this ordinance. Just to make sure that we were trying to get kind of everyone on the same page. We put a lot more rules on you know, what happens when things are dangerous, what makes them dangerous, who the owner is, who the agent is. We're making sure the agent lives in Washtenaw County or a surrounding county. We have a lot of property owners right now that live in California, live in Texas, and are trying to manage properties in Ypsilanti, and they're not getting that. So you will at least have to have a representative in or around Washtenaw County, representing that area. It kind of just adds definitions of rental property. That's one thing that through the AHB and through different lawsuits, we've kind of learned, well, what does this definition mean? And so we wanted to make sure all of our definitions were tight and clear. Talks about, it adds criminal penalties for threatening a code official. Right now, there's no criminal penalties for doing that. And you shouldn't be allowed to threaten a code official. Kind of changes how things are registered. It also says if you lie to the city, that is a misdemeanor, punishable up to 90 days in jail or $500 fine. Requires annual renewal of who is maintaining the property. Once you sell your property, it will have to have a re-inspection. Sometimes the sale things get lost, and so we want to make sure that when you sell the property, you know what you're getting and where you're at. It kind of deletes some old provisions, but make sure that we have all the proper information in case we do have to issue any citations. And make sure that if you have a building that's over 8 units, that you have to have at least an on-site office. And we don't want to, and that's one thing that we can talk a little bit more about, but we want to make sure that somebody is on-site. We get all the calls for people complaining. And we have a few 20, 30 unit buildings that like no one's on site and no one's responsive. And so that's trying to get that, at least a responsible resident. So it doesn't have to be always an office, but somebody will be working with the landlord at that point. So there's a lot of things. It prohibits renewing or extended leases if you don't have a rental certificate. That's important. It adds a whole slew of tenant disclosures, prohibits occupancy of a certificate. It creates a list of unlawful acts, such as renewing leases that don't have a certificate. It adds lead clearance requirements. So you don't have to encapsulate lead, but you have to make sure that you're doing it properly. We've had some lead issues with most of our buildings built before 1978. It also bars issuance or renewal the owner or owner agent. We have 5 or more health and safety violations, so it's really trying to stop the bad landlord processes. That's a lot. I can take a pause if anyone has a question on those, but I can also just keep going through my list because I know you all have the ordinance to read, but I want to make sure it's clear.
Yes, some of these, especially the one that you said, any building over 8 units, they would have to have someone responsible. How long, if this passes, will they have to come into compliance with some of these things?
So for the most part, these would require compliance within 90 days of adoption of the ordinance, or at the time they present for renewal or for an initial certificate. So this is trying to bring all of these compliance issues to bear sooner rather than later. You know, it's lost on anyone in this room that this drafting process began at about the same time the city discovered really an extraordinary humanitarian crisis happening on our river. We're still in that litigation, and that litigation has taught to us a lot of things that more unscrupulous landlords are trying to pull on our residents. And you can engage in what I like to call an invest and neglect investment strategy with properties, where they would just squeeze as much rent as they possibly could out of it without. Is that you? Sorry. It's okay. But an investment investment process is when someone just buys a building, squeezes every bit of rent they can out of it, and dumps the carcass on the next owner. And it just continues and continues and continues until we end up with the types of conditions that we've had in some of the communities that are in the city. It also takes into account I think we're ahead of 70% right now of tenant occupied properties rather than owner occupied properties. And so we recognize we have a very transient population, but we also have students that are relying on clean, safe, and respectful housing as everybody we think they're entitled to. So that's really been the product or the drive of this product that's been going on for quite a long time. So I hope that helps answer your questions and kind of gives you the philosophy that I know the members of staff had when we were crafting this pretty comprehensive set of updates and making it more robust for it wasn't.
No, so you said you had more
yeah.
that you were gonna tell us, because we also have a public hearing, so.
Yeah, but I wanna make sure we kind of.
Right, you wanna give us.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the rest, I'll try to be quick.
Yeah.
One of the things that this does is it allows, the city to revoke a bad actor's ability to be a landlord. For up to 24 months. There will be an appeal process that the landlord can take to go before council. But we have seen certain landlords who figure out how to do it just bad enough to kind of keep going along, and we have repeated problems that we have in court all the time. And so that is one thing that's a big part of this, is adding an accountability measure. So when people say, why can't you stop this person X or person Y, we will actually have the ability to do that. Because right now it's on a building by building case. And we can condemn a building, but it's a lot harder to actually do that. And so we would look the ability for certain companies or people to actually manage properties in the city if they're not being maintained properly. It clarifies our temporary certificate process. So some people think that the city issues temporaries. We really don't anymore, except for some very, very, very tiny circumstances. But this clarifies that it can only be issued for up to 60 days. You cannot renew it. It'll be revoked if you don't comply there. So right now the city may issue a certificate. And so that gets really, I was taught may is something that you don't have to do, shall something you do in my planning classes. But really what I'm learning in court is may is actually you kind of have to, unless you have the best reason in the world not to. And so that's why Attorney Barker really puts good language in here on that.
The other piece of that, just to add to his point, is a temporary certificate of compliance allows, under our current system, allows the landlord to collect their rent with us no incentive whatsoever to actually bring the property in compliance for purposes of the temporary certificate. So this would impose a 60-day time limit on a temporary certificate, in which case the tenant will escrow the rent with the city to incentivize that compliance. And if they do not comply, then the rent goes back to the tenant and the landlord doesn't have a certificate.
Next, it's shortening the certificate period from 2 years down to 1 year. We do think that is important, and we will revisit it. If council approves this, we'll revisit this probably every other year to see if that's still where we need to be. 2 years is kind of standard, 1 year is allowed. And really with some of the conditions that we've seen, 1 year is important. And that is for anything over 2 units, so single family and 1 bedroom and 2 bed. Single family duplexes will still be allowed to have a 2-year certificate, but anything over a duplex will require an annual certificate. It also, there was a question that went out to all council. There was a mention here that you'd have 48 hours to actually make those repairs. That we're actually requesting to take out. That is not enough time to get a contractor in. That was an oversight, and it should be a reasonable time spent by the building, by the code official. I'm just trying to create a whole big ordinance. There's a lot in there, so that will be removed. But we also don't want it to be 4 months and you're still having the same code issue. And so we want it to be reasonable. Transferability I already covered. The lead inspection and clearance, this is an entirely new section, but it's really to make sure that we don't have lead in the homes harming kids. We've all heard of the lead issues that have happened, and luckily we have not had any major crises that I've heard of from Iowa Health Department frequently. And they know if there's any lead issues, let us know immediately. And we will do the same, but the lead inspection and clearance is important. And so, that is the first step. That's all of the building ordinance is minus the bold portion, which is a separate.
That was a lot. Thanks.
Sorry.
So what we'll do is we'll open the public hearing and then we'll come back to council for questions. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this, please raise your hand. Or come forward.
Yeah. So what I just heard was something that is going to hold landlords more accountable.
Sorry, we don't respond to.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm trying to remember my
Okay.
school council, right? Because what I'm thinking about as a resident, I've lived next to a Red Shields home. That is a rooming house. That is not zoned for Midtown. But Red Shields has been given a certificate of permission to use it as a rooming house, and it expires every 2 years and it keeps becoming renewed. But if you pull police reports up and look at what has happened there, or you talk to tenants about how they're being cared for and how their needs are met, or people that live around them, you can see that it's not working. But there's nothing that holds Red Shields accountable for that not working. But what I'm hearing is that this will make that happen. It's been 10 years for me living next to them.
And can you state your name again for the record, please?
Melanie Pack.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council on this topic? Anybody online?
No one online.
Close the public hearing.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that public hearing for ordinance number 1468 entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 18, article 6, inspection and control of certain buildings of the Ypsilanti City Code by amending sections 18.11, 18.15, 18.146, 18.148, and adding section 18.167 be officially closed as soon.
Been moved by Councilmember McQueen, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Fox. All in favor of closing public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome back. Anything before we?
I think I gave you a lot of things to chew on, so I'm here to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Well,
I'm sorry, thank you. So you mentioned removing the 48 hours, but you don't want it to be 4 months. What would it be changed to?
So there's certain projects that happen that take a little bit longer. That's why we would recommend it be, as it states, I think in the ordinance now, where it would be based on the code officials, the timeline be determined based on the code official.
What it was supposed to say with something not translating between what ended up in your packet and what was circulated is there's an additional sentence at the end of that, at least on mine, that it says 48 hours of the inspection or within a reasonable time as determined by the code official under the circumstances subject to the provisions of 18-150, which will be the temporary certificate of compliance. So again, put a cap on that window of 60 days, unless something really sticks out, you're not gonna re-asphalt the driveway that you're seeing is not compliant in December. Yeah, you gotta wait till April to do that. So there's a little bit more, I guess, adjustment that can happen between now and second reading, final adoption. That can take place, and obviously some votes from council members and some additional feedback from we see.
Just one more question. Are these changes that you all brought, are they in line with other communities?
They are a little more aggressive than the majority of the communities surrounding us. But I think that's because we've learned a lot of lessons. And I think a lot of communities are learning a lot of lessons. If you look at the news and look at what Superior Township is dealing with, you look at what is happening and even I think Saline, we're having a lot of issues, especially with these complexes. And so I think we might be first to the bat to really beef up our ordinances. But like Detroit's had lead in their ordinance for about 20 years.
The lead provision that's proposed here is quite similar to the lead provision put in Detroit's ordinance in 2018. When I was sitting on the board of directors of the Detroit Board of Realtors, we provided inputs regarding that.
But some parts,
myself.
some parts are similar, but once again, I don't think anyone's taken this holistic approach, but I don't think anyone's has the same tragedy. So
Thank you.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, council, as well, for a lot of work I know that was going into this, and I know the reason for why a lot of work needed to go into this. Can I talk a little bit more about process, or could I ask you about process?
Yeah.
You mentioned that the tenants rights group was engaged in this process. Can you talk a little bit more about how, and can you talk about who is on that, who is represented on that?
the Tenants' Rights Committee, or Tenants' Rights Ad Hoc Committee was formed by council, I want to say at the beginning of the year. Took a little while to try to get people appointed and then get a meeting scheduled, but essentially the members that were appointed by everyone at this dais. It was the first thing we brought to them because we had been working on it for a year and a half. And we want to make sure that it gets done before we have another catastrophe. We are having a couple of properties that are struggling a little bit. Outside of ones that we've all talked about. We want to make sure that this gets in the book so we can actually start to do some better enforcement. But they were brought to the table and we discussed kind of exactly why we're doing this and what it meant. And so it was. Does that answer your question?
Partly.
Okay.
By your explanation, but also perhaps by omission, because the next question is, to what extent, if at all, were property owners also engaged in this?
Property owners were not engaged.
We're not engaged.
There's one property owner that's part of it.
There was a property owner that was part of the Tenants' Rights Ad Hoc Committee, but, or there was a couple property owners there, but we did not go out to the entire rental. We did not do a meeting with them. No.
Any particular reason would reach out if you're in the process of developing these?
We're pretty engaged with a couple of property owners right now.
I know that, but not all of them. And I dare say they're quite different.
So no, I mean, I went into this understanding that, you have situations where landlords are going to push back on this, and that's surprisingly they are. At least in the initial feedback that we've been receiving on this since publication of the proposed ordinance. But at the end of the day, the landlord feedback is balanced here, at any rate, because we are understanding that we have to understand that there's a cost of compliance. And while this will most likely increase the cost of compliance because of the increased number of inspections from every 2 years to every year, depending on the size of the property. And again, as I heard a number of the here saying that, it's holding them accountable. Well, it is going to increase the cost of compliance to bring properties to that very, very basic, safe, respectful housing that everyone in the city has a right to, everyone everywhere has a right to. So these updates are never without pushback from landlords and without pushback from tenants saying it's not enough. But we've studied this issue. We have engaged some landlords, not necessarily local ones, but we except through court processes, unfortunately. But these are
things that were taken into account. With some of the responses that landlords have made to these types of amendments. I was kind of at the forefront of a lot of the pushback, frankly, that landlords gave to Detroit's ordinance regime back in 2018, and it actually caused some changes that somewhat mirror what we have here. Some of the certification and registration requirements that were not particularly clear. And so as we move along through this process, there is some additional clarity that landlords have presented to us through contact forms and through communications to the city manager's office. We're going to take those into account as council evaluates these updates and office changes. We can act on that feedback throughout this process, which is the best part of how this process works.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the answer, Chairman, Council. You know, I just think from a process standpoint, it usually makes sense to involve and engage all affected parties as much as possible and as early as possible. It doesn't mean you have to take their position or their advice, but I think it does then open us up to the possibility of hearing about unintended consequences, because you talk about, Council, you talk about costs. There's always the danger that those costs, in fact, are going to be passed right back along to the people that we're trying to protect, the tenants, who are concerned already about cost of those facilities. So this is a delicate dance, and I think the process is made better when everybody is engaged, and then we can decide whether or not we should listen to those. As it is, I think we're hearing some of it now for the first time with the emails that we received.
Thank you. Councilman Phelps?
Yeah, it might be surprised, but I don't disagree with that actually. So maybe I'll first say that I really appreciate what the city attorney, Randy Barker, and all the staff involved has been putting into this effort. This is a long time coming. We need changes. This is to make the housing safe for our community here. 70% of the households in Ypsilanti are renter households. So thank you for doing this. I want to just highlight a couple of things. One is, I really appreciate, I don't remember what section it is, but there's an item E that talks about, that the property owners have to have their name, attached to the property. And my understanding is that a lot of times we can't really track who owns these because it's all based on LLC. So is that correct? That's the understanding to get
It's
around
an
that.
extraordinary problem we had to deal with when we filed suit last year against one landlord. And so making the registration requirements more robust and required that any individual who's going to have control over the management or maintenance of that property be disclosed, and also the owners and the principals. There's actually one principal that's been brought into this case by the banks because we didn't know about them because they were hidden in LLCs. Membership in an LLC, just as much as shareholder ownership in a corporation, is not publicly shared and or publicly available. So this removes some of that, I guess, darkness to who's actually running the show here.
Which is super important because oftentimes when people are doing data analysis of evictions, it turns out that Ann Arbor Housing Commission or Ypsi Housing Commission is named the biggest evictor because a lot of these bigger landlords they have so many little LLCs that you can subvert what's actually going on, which is one or two people that have done the most evictions, but it's all, masked by LLCs. What the challenge I find in this right now is that it is so vast. It's so much information. And when it came to the Tenants' Rights Committee, it was more summary form, like here's things that we're going to do. But I actually think it would be really good to bring this back to the Tenants' Rights Committee in this form, with both you and Lou Maskell there to kind of overview it, because Lou Maskell is another advisor to the Tenants Rights Committee, who is the head of the legal services of South Central Michigan. So that perspective would be really important, and I think because we have in the last day been getting feedback from smaller landlords saying, here are potential disparate impacts that we might not, expect, but could happen. I think it would be good to do another pass of like, hey, let's look at this very closely with two legal experts and some feedback from, some of the smaller landlords, and see how the committee can like make this the best it could possibly be. I know there's some urgency around getting this passed, but I just want to make sure that we got some more eyes on it before we do that. So I think my recommendation is to I don't know what the word would be, I guess table it until review by the.
You can approve it at first reading, because you can always make the final changes at second reading. You just set the date the second reading occurs.
Later on.
Or if you gave us like, I think within 2 months, we could even do a full landlord outreach. By one meeting in council chambers, and then one meeting, at least one meeting, realistically one meeting, and make sure we can have enough time with the tenants' rights, and really do additional outreach and kind of get some more input. I mean, look, no landlord's gonna say, yes, I want annual inspections. They're not gonna say that.
No landlord's gonna say, what do you mean it's not okay to paint over the hole?
And so, I don't know, would that be okay with council if it passed today? We set the next for 2 months, and I'll give us 2 months to actually wrap everything up, and it'll be probably the first meeting in September, or second meeting in September.
I mean, I'm amenable to that, and I found like little typos in there too, just like some spelling errors. I think we can like fix some things. I'm also concerned about home sharing, because there's some language in there that says maybe, I don't know, targeting like some instances of where somebody might share be a property owner of the home and share one room in their house or 2 rooms, and it seems like that is kind of even redefined, and that's like a lot of housing in Ypsilanti too. So I think just doing a thorough passover would be good before we fully adopt this. So I'm supportive of that idea of bringing it back in a couple months. Oh, I do want to mention too that the Tenants Rights Committee does have the landlord on it, so it wasn't without landlord perspective. Thank you.
She did give some perspective to the landlords that submitted email comments today.
I have a question around the updates to the dangerous rental properties. I know that you started how the criteria to classify something as dangerous has been expanded. And I know that some of the feedback that I know I received, and I believe particularly the Ward 1 reps have received, is around consistent enforcement, like equitable enforcement. And so how are we gonna make sure that we have safeguards in place to make sure that, enforcement is equitable across all properties in all areas of the city?
So I can say, without a doubt, that anyone who's having enforcement happen on them is not gonna be happy about it. They're not. I can say that some of the code enforcement, you guys got I hope it was actually okay to read the semi-detailed code enforcement breakout throughout the wards, and kind of what was being done. I will say that we do have a higher consistent of vacant properties in the Ward 1. We do have a higher consistency of non-owner occupied properties in Ward 1. And so those are always gonna actually have a little bit more enforcement, because there's just more of them there. I can say that the vast majority of our enforcement actions that have happened, our property was in Ward 2, but obviously there was reasons over the past year and a half. And so I can say that we still make all people get permits regardless of where you are. And so I would love to work with the Ward 1 and then kind of figure out where exactly these issues are. I do know of one person who's renovating a house, but it's not an owner occupied house, so you have to have a contractor do the permits, and they're not happy that they have to have a contractor do the permits, even though it's not a owner occupied house. So, you guys have a discuss, I would,
Yeah.
maybe a Ward 1,
Yeah, I think the discussion could be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I know there are plenty of folks who live in Ward 1, but own other properties, so they're not owner occupied, but they actually still reside in Ward 1, who are feeling some pressure and that they're being targeted, is the word language that I've heard. So, just to make sure that, folks understand the why and the what and how things are gonna occur. If there's ways to better support folks who are trying to, keep their building, their home,
I will send out the Ward 1 reps. We can have probably just a Zoom, so we don't make sure everyone comes in and actually talk about it. And then I come back with data. Because I don't want anyone to think we're targeting any specific part of the city. I don't want anyone to think that we're really getting that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Two more questions for this one on kind of, so lots of changes, I think important changes. Two things on that line. With going to annual inspections, will there need to be an increase in staffing or budgeted resources for that to occur?
We already budgeted for that.
Oh, so you already did, okay, and then the second is, do we have a plan to to measure, when this goes into place, its effectiveness, like, are people seeing improved housing quality, like increased feelings of safety, whatever, like, how are we gonna gather data?
Yeah, so I want to, that's why I did say at the beginning of this, I want to actually review this every 2 years to see where we're at. I've been dying to do an actual full community-wide survey to actually kind of understand what's happening and have it be a very statistically valid community survey that we can work with, like a national survey or a statewide survey group to do that. I think one thing that we have really lacked, and really it's hard to target certain people because certain people are much more online, certain people don't just go to the web, they go to certain things, and so it's really hard. So getting somebody who understands how to target those individuals, I do think it's really important. And it's a lot of money, but it's also not, it's usually like $50,000. So that's like a lot of money, but it's also not like a budget breaking amount of money. So it's something I would really love to do. But I do think seeing where, like, we have some really awesome landlords who really take care of the properties. And then we have some really big properties. And luckily, we've really gotten to the bottom of a lot of them. I've talked about 4 of the properties today. But really, I do want to do a lot of, see where we're at, and also track, how many first inspection violations are we getting, things like that, to take a sample. So, yes, it's the long answer I just gave to that. Yes.
Good answer, thank you, because I just think it's important to also be able to, with all the work that everyone's put in, look at, where we were and how far we've come and how do we share the information with folks about, like, the changes and the things that are better or areas that we still need to continue to improve.
I'll be very excited to share with you soon my vacant and dangerous buildings list going back the past 25 years and then showing where we're at. It's awesome.
Thank you. Councilmember.
One more question. Sounds like this is more work for your department.
It 100% is, but that's what my department's here for.
And I appreciate that, but I also ask to know, do we have the staff? Do we have the resources? We have the financial resources to do this?
So during the budget time, I kind of took a temperature of council, like, hey, we're talking about going to yearly inspections. We know that. We have put another staff person in the budget to actually help us do that. If that's something you guys don't want, remove it. You know what I mean? And so you guys kind of said, like, that is something we want to make sure we have a fully staffed department, plus the building department. It doesn't affect the general fund budget at all. And so we will have the resources to provide for that. And so, yes, it's going to affect my staff. But for those of you who haven't met my staff, they are some of the most passionate people I've ever met. We have a gloriously diverse office and, like, a really nice, good group of working people who have the most obscure backgrounds I've ever met. And so we have a former cop, a couple of DPW workers, a building official, members of the LGBTQ community, somebody who's been a building department secretary for probably 40 years. And so like, we just have like such a great, awesome mix. And so I do think people are a little bit more welcome. I feel like the office has changed, and I hope you haven't gotten any complaints about, I know that sometimes there were complaints about the building department, and I hope that it's not been the case, because we pride ourselves on this.
Yeah, well,
Let's go.
First, I want to say thank you. I recognize the genesis of it, and that this gives a lot of tools for dealing with issues that have been difficult because of the actions of landlords and the structure of their businesses. And so I totally appreciate the accountability that this brings. You know, looking at section 131, you know, I love it that you're requiring that somebody be present. Instead of having somebody from California, there's not that's a problem. In terms of the section after the same 131, common entrance and 8 or more dwelling units must have a designated, and my note here says live-in super. So, and you said earlier that they need to have an office. And I took this to be a super, and it's really important difference, because having somebody who's on the premises 24/7, rather than, as we're experiencing with Huron Vista, they have very limited office hours. So when people go in to do the same thing, and then, you know, the people are being chased out of the common area and think that they can't use it, right? And it's like, but having somebody there 24/7, you know, the old style super in a building that is there to do this. Which is,
So it could be an office, it could be a super, it could also just be a point person in the complex. So you see a lot with some more bigger rooming houses that like, you have to kind of have a person on site that you can at least ask questions to. It does get really hard with our houses, because we don't want to make it so there's a unit that has to go offline for like for an office, right? So the answer is it could be any, they just have to have a representative. Unless I'm wrong.
So yeah, if they must have an office, if 8 or more must have an office. With regular office hours occupied, posted on site. Failing which, they have to have essentially someone who is a point person. So if they have an office, they don't necessarily get that 24-hour coverage. With someone on site, they should have 24-hour accessibility with an office, and a responsible landlord would. Won't go any further than that. But otherwise, they have to have a responsible act. That's essentially equivalent of super, as we used to know it. Back when
it's section 146. Try to make it as possible. In section A, it says regarding rental units within rental property. And so for a building with 18 units, those are going to be 18 separate charges per day. So you violate, and you've gone past the violation time, days are being assessed. Violation fees and fines. Well, building an 18-unit building, each one of those rental units, the part that's being fined, not the rental property. So, correct. So they have 18 times as much. Which I understand can be a deterrent, but our recent history shows that they didn't really care about that.
They're carrying a little bit more now than the bills are coming.
And the bank just come knocking. Well, it's kind of ridiculous. The other provision in that section as well is that the certificate of compliance is denied or lapsed in one unit, when the entire rental property is lapsed. So
it can. Let me explain.
All right.
Let's say you have a situation where you have a hoarder in a unit. Okay. And every other unit is fine, right? We're not gonna condemn an entire building because of one unit. We're just not.
But you could.
We could. Well, this gives us the ability to. Okay, but our goal always is to keep people in their house. Like, with it is, trust me, we went over, y'all know we went over this. Our goal is to keep people in their house. It's more of a, we wanna make sure, especially when it comes to this, that there are fines and there are penalties, and you can't just say, well, pay us rent or we're kicking you out even though you're penalties.
Lead compliant. The secret that my wife owns that house that is 100 years old. That's who I. And there's lead, and there's a rent fund. And so, looking at the cost of those inspections, I looked up, lead inspections and risk assessments, and they're anywhere from $600 to $1,500 each time, depending on, and that's for a single family residence, right? So 4 units. That's kind of, so some of the comments earlier about smaller landlords, how this affects them, and it's disproportionate. I think it's important things, I have trained as a toxicologist, so that, I get that, I totally get that. I just wonder about, the possibility of people getting snared, right? So you now have this outlay, which is a reasonable thing to do for tenant. One of the questions I have about that is there's some language in here, about protecting children, and this is for renting to families. So is there a waiver in which, if you're not planning to rent to anybody with children under the age of 18, does that still hold?
I don't think you can do that without getting a guideline unless it's a senior housing development, but. I hear your point, but you can't discriminate against people.
Okay, there's some of the language in here in terms of talking about families, I think it needs more prescriptive than it needs.
The one thing about, sorry, one thing is a little out of my, that's why I have to learn a lot about that.
This goes. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to engage in any sort of age or family structure or family status type discrimination. With carving out people who are renting with children and those who are not renting children. There's certain exceptions you can make to 55+ communities under state and federal law, but that's what we've got this. So, right now it's you have this initial assessment, and you eventually have to do this every 3 years. Obviously, council can tweak that, say just do it on the front end and resolve any issues that are identified by that. But as housing continues to age and deteriorate, things can come into play, even though you've attempted to encapsulate something, to remediate something. So, having a certified environmental team to go in and take a look at these priorities, and most of our housing stock in this city are pre-1978. And I like to tell you a story, because 1978 was an arbitrary year. Like paint's outlawed in 1972, and they figured that they might have a few old folks that have something left in their garage or in their truck. They continue to use it. I figured we all gone 6 years later, and that's why this 1978 arbitrary date was big. At least that's what the folklore says. But we can certainly tweak it down. But ultimately, the idea is to make sure that these properties, you get this. A lot of these remediation companies like to look at 4 foot from the ground, from the floor up to 4 foot. Window sills and window sashes and all those things that typically have a lot of that paint in them. Ceilings that can be flaking down. So it's just an issue of focusing on the landlord making sure that those conditions remain encapsulated or remain remediated. The number of conditions have arisen since then. Obviously, renovations, you're going to eradicate a lot of that anyway, instead of undermine some of this. to the benefit of the land. As they improve the properties. But this is fairly congruent with what Troy is doing, what Grand Rapids is doing. What other communities are doing, have a majority of federal occupied housing.
In subsection E or 146, I better read one. Yeah, I played the worst case scenario. So one thing with the lead and the lead inspection, the risk assessment that I looked at various, with those, there's multiple levels of certainty. And there's no restriction in here in terms of how that leaves it up to the landlord and the risk assessment, certified risk assessment, as to what sampling and how that gets tested and where it goes off site. Depending on how that happens, the cost can range hugely, right? And they say $600 basically, but you can get up to $10,000 depending on how that happens. And so without it, do you foresee a problem with people trying to do that on the cheap? And I don't. So I can anticipate somebody who had 4 buildings that have 20 units in it, kind of downplaying by saying that it's certified, but with the very minimal test.
I mean, we run the same risk with our HVAC certificates, because we require them to be certified. But we actually don't require HVAC certificates to be a registered contractor in the city because, no, we do. Well, once again, we don't go through and like, you'll see like with a very specific apartment complex that like almost 500 units. They just signed every single form on the same day at the same time. But like, what do we do? Like and so what I did when I saw that is I called the guy. And he said, yeah, I reviewed all of them, but I just happened to sign them all on the same day. Which I don't think is the intent of that. But I think with us, it's just verifying and making sure it's right. That's the potential.
You do that next day, inspection, and then there's the second. So within one process, you've got inspection, you've got things like that. If there's any.
And if we do, if the ordinance is passed, there will be a lot of communication to our landlords, so they know what's changing, what's happening. Will be a lot of new things.
I guess the basic structure of this is we don't have to, right? And so I look at that different side. It reaches violations that it's proven on. I took this through as a worst case scenario for a small plant and having the timeline for about 48 hours gone because 100% 3 days trying to find a contractor for it. I appreciate that. The part that comes to council with here is very we are given the ability to grant a temporary PhD. And if we don't, then the violation, okay, so we only have one thing we can't right of it. This is subsection I, 146. And it's a super majority. That's well. So in that section, it says if this fails, the CFC is revoked for not less than 1 year, and not just until for not less than 1 year. So if the building comes in compliance within 6 days or 90 days, or something like that, they've still had their CFC revoked. Is that where the temporary CFC would come in?
So this is a lawyer thing, and so I'm gonna kind of kick this over to Attorney Barker, this was the structure that he set up.
So this is kind of a show cause, have somebody who. At least from the perspective of code enforcement departments, the manager basically that's good business. This exception. So it's not any full plug on this, and you take away your certificate, and would require them to essentially come before this body. Explain how they're going to become in compliance, how they're going to maintain that compliance going forward, but what reasonable steps are being imposed by council to make sure they don't have things that could be you give a shorter certificate period for reissuance. So you say, you know what, you only get it for 6 months, this has to be shoot, they expected 6 months, or you're going to post a bond and make sure that the work that was supposed to be done is in fact done, so we can utilize that bond as something new. Utilize that bond in order to ensure the property is brought compliance with the so you're looking at set high, so there's a 60-day window where if it's suspended or revoked, they get 60 days to get the work out. They can't obviously collect rent during that, so they can't collect or they can't sign leases, they can't make leases. There's earlier on in this, there's a disclosure requirement. Must disclose any change in status with their clients to attend within 48 hours of change. So no, the property's not here, something else. But it really puts the burden on or to show that they're actually good at it. Since good property owner that takes care of the tenants. If you that they don't, then they have problems, they can appeal that, they go to circuit court and appeal that. Whatever belief they think they can entitled to circuit court. But clear and convincing evidence is a pretty good standard here. You need to explain it to me like I'm 4 and convince me like I'm 50 that this is the appropriate way to go. The responsible person moving forward, but it's both also ensure that they have.
Last time here, the section 1 the registration of the field. I can envision a scenario where a person is unable to meet the lake clearance because buildings are not allowed to terminate a renter. But if you don't have the money to do repairs, then for a small landlord that owns one building for 2 buildings, those costs add up pretty quickly. And so we have a frequent visitor who doesn't really have money to repair the building, and that seems to investable that then the building put together and first would have a place to live working back on it. So I'm thinking that worst case scenario, and thinking that without those, how we work around it, there's with some of the timelines they're putting in here, doing the remediation and those kind of things can add up so that I know it's not the intent of the but it leaves that possibility. So what I'll say is I'd like to talk about before this one, so I'll move into that. Except for the other comment that with the expenses from large landowners and with them being able to have the benefit of the economy scale, they are positioned better to apply, but they're probably the most likely to increase that because so I'm really interested in surveying and what this really means for affordability with rental property. That's not a heavy consequence that I can see, but we know exactly what it is. I consider it great.
Yeah, yeah, the only thing I can say to that is I think that most people are raising the rent astronomically anyway, but, and I'd rather have our residents have safe housing that is respectable, and respectful, than safe.
I agree. Thank you. It's a lot of work. I'm really glad to be back. Great job.
Or there comments or questions from council?
Can I just ask one more question? So, Mayor, Pro Tem kind of asked, and I wanted to jump in, but I didn't, but anyways, you mentioned bad actors, and if a property is not up to compliance, they get suspended for 24 months. What does that mean for other property? Not only just that unit, if there's more than one, but what about other property?
So if it's a bad actor, they will have to find somebody else to manage their property or sell their property.
Okay.
Or not lease it, but once again, that's the way financing happens on these rental houses, they have to rent. Our hope is that we bring people into compliance. We try with parents, but we use parents for a long time.
Is there anything specific, do you need to do anything for this to come back in September, or will you just?
No, I think that I can work with the brothers.
This memo.
This memo doesn't really come back in September.
Agenda is the second piece. Thanks.
All right, clerk, please call the roll on the first reading.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Lincoln.
No.
Councilmember Camp.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have 153, ordinance 1469.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that ordinance number 1469 entitled an ordinance and chapter 18 article. Property maintenance code of the Ypsilanti City Code by amending section 1892 be approved on first reading.
Mark. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember King.
Hello again. This is gonna be a much easier discussion, I would think. Right now, our ordinance does not allow us to address mold. We do know, based on all the conversations we've had with experts, as well as the county health department, that mold is everywhere. And it is, and you can't really always get rid of it. But what we want to do is make sure that if you have mold, you have to treat it and remediate it properly. And so what we've been using for some of our instances that where mold is present is using the IMPC, not the IMPC, we have mold standards that are recommended by the
I'm looking for it, if you get me on my tongue.
and I want to say it's IMPC, but it's not, all right, basically, this is the best practices for mold remediation. And so we want to make sure that it, yeah, I can go grab the book upstairs, but is basically saying, if you have mold, this is how you treat it. The reason that we find this very important is, again, when we had an issue with mold, so mold everywhere. I'm like, well, no, there's black mold behind walls, can't cover it up. It's several where yours say that. Well, this is, we use the building code to do that. It's much better and best practice having property maintenance code. So we can say, this is how you can be able to. And so that is this, the IICRC, and the NANP guidelines, the National Association of Mold Professionals. That's due for inspection and cleaning and restoration. It basically breaks it under 3 tiers. There's level 1 mold, kind of when you get in your shower, right? When you don't clean your shower that often, mold can kind of grow. That uses can bleach off. Then if there's mold on the wall, you can remove the drywall and actually replace it. And then if it's a much bigger area, you have to do a lot more and dry it out. Those are kind of the rough outlines of what this says. But this is just using the standards we've been using, but making sure it's codified in.
Just to get a sense here, I had to search high and low for provisions similar to these throughout the country, in various property maintenance codes. Apparently, Ypsilanti is the only town that surrounding us. So there is some slight amount of embedding here, but I still had at least a set of tires to take a look at. At any rate, the other piece of this background is it took 4.5 months, numerous hearings in multiple courts to get an order that says you have to do mold remediation and air quality testing and other types of certification to make sure that the air quality units is safe. Why anybody would push back on that, I don't know, but paint was the solution. Clandestine drywall repairs without a permit was the solution. It didn't go to the source. You got to stop the water. And one particular landlord, now almost 2 years ago, before all of this started, you got to stop the water leaks. And I remember him quoting that to that landlord. And they said, no, it's fine. Paint is fine. So, and we spent months fighting over what standards will apply, what standards exist. Toxic mold is toxic mold. And if you've seen the pictures from that particular lawsuit, if you've seen the pictures that were shown in Sycamore Meadows, in our neighboring community, yeah, it exists, but you better do something if it exists like that. And so these try and take into account, you do have these fungal type environmental contaminants. And we do have standards out there. There's industry approved standards. They're just not codified in the law pretty much within this country. Certainly EPA doesn't do it. Chica's Eagle doesn't do it. So this is an opportunity for the city to take the lead on a major problem.
Open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this issue, feel free to raise your hand. If there's anyone online.
Don't have anyone online, but I do have the email that had been sent that was asked to be written into or asked to be read into comments. Okay, so this is from Vlad Tiralonka. I am a co-owner of 34 rental units across 7 properties in the city, along with 5 commercial storefronts on West Cross and West Michigan. Our properties are managed locally by Sosetta Management, a family-run company I co-own. My father handles the day-to-day operations, and our tenants deal with people who live and work in this community. We maintain our buildings well because our own capital and reputation are on the line here. We are exactly the kind of local housing providers these ordinances will affect most. I work often with Colleen Kennedy of Prospect Realty Group, and I have read her letter to the council from earlier today. My concerns match hers, and I write to underline the points that most directly affect local owners like us. 1, enforcement should remain property specific, allowing a C of O to be denied or revoked at a compliant property because of violations at a different property punishes tenants living in safe housing and treats an entire portfolio as a single enforcement target. Absent fraud or extraordinary circumstances, each property should stand on its own record. The 48-hour correction requirement is not workable. Repairs routinely require licensed plumbers, electricians, HVAC contractors, and roofers whose schedules no owner controls. An owner acting promptly and in good faith should not lose a certificate because a contractor cannot mobilize within 2 business days. The building official should set correction periods based on the nature and severity of the violation. 3, annual inspections for every property are a blunt instrument. A risk-based schedule, annual for properties with repeated violations, 2 to 3 years for properties with a demonstrated compliance record, protects tenants while focusing city resources where they are needed and avoiding unnecessary upward pressure on rents. Several of our units also house Section 8 tenants, whose units already receive regular inspections through the Housing Authority. Under this ordinance, those tenants would be subject to overlapping inspections of the same unit, covering substantially similar standards. I would encourage council to consider accepting a passing housing authority inspection in lieu of the city inspection for those units, as other communities have done. 4, the mold provisions need objective thresholds. As drafted, broadly defined indoor mold contamination combined with mandatory consultants, remediation work plans, and certifications could impose thousands of dollars in costs based on a subjective determination before the owner has any opportunity to respond. Correcting the underlying moisture source is the right goal. The standard that triggers full remediation requirements should be objective and proportional to the severity of the condition. Like Ms. Kennedy, I support the city's rental inspection program and have found the building department professional and reasonable to work with. But the cumulative effects of these ordinances raises the cost of providing housing in Ypsilanti, and it falls hardest on local owners. The people council should want to keep in this market. When local owners exist, the buyers are typically remote corporate operators with no stake in our neighborhood, and the city has seen how that ends. I respectfully ask that council hold a work session with local owners, property managers, tenants, building department staff, and environmental professionals before these ordinances proceed to final adoption. Thank you for your consideration, sir.
Thank you. If there's no other hands. Let's go to the public hearing.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, the public hearing for ordinance number 149, title is ordinance to amend chapter 18, article 5, property maintenance code of the Ypsilanti City Code by amending section 18-9Q be officially closed.
Support. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember King. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Questions for George? Councilmember Fellows?
Just same suggestion that this would come back with the other ordinance in September. And I guess I'm really happy that it's been made, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how we can launch this as a community and that may set precedent for other communities too.
Just a comment, I think that what was just read into the record suggests that it applied to both of the two ordinances.
Yes.
And I would just say I'm in agreement with this last suggestion that we have some kind of a working session with building owners, with the local building.
Any other questions or comments from council? Just one, just for clarification, if, I know this is gonna come back to you talk about it more, but in terms of remediation and like work plans, who approves those if there is someone? They're already.
They're technically approved by the building official, however, they're drafted by the consultants doing it, and so building official is gonna rely on the qualification of the consultant drafting.
If there's nothing further, please call the roll.
Mayor Brennan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucci.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I would move to extend the meeting out of 9:30. I'm putting a statement time.
That's a motion to extend the night. Support. And supported by Councilmember Fellows. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Oh, I'm sorry, it's okay. I think that was three.
Not that I want to go up to it.
We don't have to go to midnight, but that's just to not have to keep extending over and over again. Mayor Pro Tem, give the consent agenda, except letter E.
Except letter E.
Here's a.
Yes.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, the following items are approved. Resolution number 2026-156, approving the minutes of the regular meeting of June 16th, 2026. Resolution number 2026-157, approving contract with Cummins and authorizing the city manager to sign on behalf of the city. Resolution number 2026-158, awarding the towing. Nope, that's that now. Resolution number 2026-9, approving the proposal with OHM in the amount of $39,500 for the Parkridge Community Center roof replacement. Also authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign this contract subject to the resolution number 2026-160, awarding contract for the foreground parking lot replacement to T&M Asphalt Paving Inc. in the amount of $936,962, with the contingency of $207,250, for a total of $1,144,212. Also authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign this contract subject to the approval of the attorney. Resolution number 2026-161, approving the property and liability insurance renewal for the city with the Michigan Municipal League liability and property pool in the amount of $529,456. Resolution number 2026-162, resolution to destigmatize menstruation and expand access to free period products. Resolution number 2026-163, appointing youth resident Sebastian Brady to the Police Advisory Commission with a term ending July 1st, 2027. Resolution number 2026-164, appointing three residents to certain boards and commissions. Resolution number 2026-165, reappointing President Ben Connor Berry to the Arts Commission with a term ending July 1st, 2029. Resolution number 2026-166, reappointing 5 members of YDPA with different term expirations to ensure continuity and staggered terms throughout the board, and I said,
Support. Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember King. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Comments? No, the consent agenda.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons. Oh, sorry, Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And then, you had really one. Oh, yeah.
yeah, I have to sign all these, and you guys see them.
Sign the cover sheet.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Resolution number 2026-158, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti current towing contract expires July 30th, 2026. Whereas the city of Ypsilanti released a bid for towing services and received 2 bids, whereas upon analysis, while amounts were presented as lower for nationwide, the overall bid submitted to budget towing provided more complete information, and the location was more easily accessible. Now therefore be resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti award the towing contract to budget towing and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the contract subject to the approval of the city attorney.
Support. Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember.
Good evening, council. So my reasoning was included in the RFL. One of the primary reasons is I drove to their spot on, their place in Coolidge Avenue. It's by Rossingville Road. It's not accessible by public transit. The site that they received a lease at the end of May, 221 Lincoln, they share with other towing partners. And there's no enclosure, so any vehicle that would be part of evidence, our officers would need to drive out to the Coolidge facility in order to do the work that needs to be being done. Then they'd be away from the city. If the call comes in, it would definitely lead to additional overtime. Further, one of the calls that we make most often is for accidents. If you look at they have a 2-hour minimum, and then you have the $125 for flatbed, because that's typically the truck used. It ends up being more expensive than budget towing. Well, it did appear like a lot of the rates were much lower. It also was some incomplete information that budget was able to provide. So that was the reasoning behind my recommendation.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Oh, Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. Seems like a long, long time ago, I think it was the first person that spoke during public comments, but I think this question for me is for maybe the city manager, more likely the attorney. There was a representation made by council that one of the respondents council that our RFP was incomplete and did not include a request for information that our code requires. Any response to that or thoughts on whether or not our RFP was not in compliance with our own code?
Well, if it was, we'll certainly look at it. The issue was actually vetted by the city manager's office. It just comes down to if there's an issue of strict compliance that requires this process to be redone, so if you look at that, but there's kind of this combination of are there legal, I don't know, efficiencies of the process or there minimum deficiencies of the process. Weigh all the factors that everybody was put on notice that were being weighed. Council can have the city manager's recommendation and the council and be reviewed internally and determine whether there has to be adjustments in the process or revisiting.
When would this go into effect? If we didn't make a decision tonight and looked into this further, what would?
The current contract expires on July 30th of this month. So if we were to take this back and start over, what I would recommend, and this would be up to obviously our current tow operator, is that we bring these back, and if they are found to be deficient, you rescind both bids and start anew. So I would suggest that is council's determination that we ask budget towing our current operator if they would be willing to extend for a certain period of time, 3 months, 6 months, to review this and then bring it back to council. But I guess that has to be up to them as well as council.
So just to piggyback on that, because the contract ends on 30th. Yes. We won't have another meeting until the 18th of August. So if budget towing were to say we won't do this, we won't have a contract in place.
Correct.
Okay, so I just got a few questions. How long will it take for our attorney to review it? And did you not review it before it hit the packet?
I reviewed the RFP before it was disseminated. It's an RFP that's been similar context to previous RFPs with the same subject. But I did not obviously engage or participate in the build up.
Councilor Fellows?
This is the note for Tracy, since I got this feedback from residents, and I agree that in the packet includes budget towing employees with their IDs and the photos and all the identifying information. So when you do the packet update, can you take that out?
Further discussion?
I make this suggestion with some trepidation, but passing on this tonight and giving us a little bit of time to look at our process and also to find out whether or not a temporary contract or an extension would be possible with the existing vendor. could look at that and in the event that we can't get an extension before the next meeting, then, or after July 31st, we could look at a special meeting, simply to approve the contract at some point before July 31st.
So if that would be to be the motion. It should be the city manager and city attorney and then. Determine is it in 6 months, is it 3 months, is it a year? To negotiate for more time, so we would. Need. A time frame and also the owner of budget towing is here, so we could have him come to the dais to ask if this is something he's willing to, or if council prefers that be done. At another date, that would be fine as well.
Are you willing to come talk with us?
Absolutely.
And can I just ask a quick question as he's approaching? Because of course, we don't want to be without this service, would we be able to have a special meeting before the contract expires? I'm saying if everything, like, will you all have enough time? That's my question.
I don't think the idea of the special meeting would be for their work, it would be if we need to extend the contract with both, if it doesn't happen tonight.
Okay.
For that part to cover it, because I think they still need more time to review.
Okay, and that was my question. I wonder how much more time.
Probably 3 months, just to be on the safe side, but it's up to Mr. Salome as well, what he would be willing to do.
About a year.
Oh, yeah, how long is,
The contract is typically 3 years with 2-year extension.
and so are we in the 2-year extension part of?
We're in this has been renewed several times. The last time this went out to bid was in 2017.
Obviously, but what you said you'd be willing to extend, or less, or.
Up to, I think.
Give the rest of the section.
Up to.
Okay.
Oh, up to, I was like, what? Okay, I didn't, your hand was right, I said, up to. Councilman Phillips.
Yeah, well, that's very generous,
Yes.
Thank you, I guess. I heard some of the comments in public comment tonight about some of the concerns. But I'm just wondering, is there some impression of any proprietary, like what is happening to? Maybe, like what is the staff's interpretation or your interpretation of what's not going right with this RFP?
Okay, yeah, when we brought forward the comment.
I am simply, when someone who is a member of bar suggests that our process has been not proper, I want to know if that's true. So as I'm listening to conversation tonight, I don't get certainty and move forward with the contract when we don't have certainty about the process for selection. Seems to me to be a recipe for future litigation.
First commenter, noted two sections of a charter that were not incorporated in there. So the brief content that I just of course or movement for making the decision to memo from the city manager is a substitute for that, and I recognize that, but I think that is important. Thank you. Well, I think that's the question. I think a year or two long. Do it just 6 months. And around 3 months.
Yes. And I think Randy and I will have enough time to review the RFP, and if it was deficient, we can figure the best course of action. If we need to rebid this, then we will do that. So maybe the motion is 3 to 6
Thank
months
you.
as needed.
You already make that motion?
We're just discussing the original resolution.
All right, I move, to table this. For study by the city attorney and city manager for compliance with, state regulation and our own ordinance, charter. For RFP compliance, in the process, and we issue a, temporary contract with current contractor for, up to, 6 months. Or
And moved by Councilmember Claxton, supported by Councilmember McLean. Discussion. Councilmember King.
So just a quick question, the applications will not change, so all this information we have will still be valid, correct?
Correct, unless council denies both bids and you go out to rebid.
Any other questions about? How long the motion, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yep.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, ready to come in? You have the next one too. You have a lot, sorry. It's not all there. I got you.
Resolution number 2026-167, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti has an interest in removing peninsular dams. Whereas the city submitted a grant application to the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy for the High Hazard Potential Dam program, and whereas the city has received an allocation of approximately $758,951.50 from the FEMA HHPD program for the removal of the dam. Whereas developing a hazard mitigation plan is a requirement of receiving the fund, now therefore be resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti approves the hazard mitigation plan. I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Good evening. So essentially, over the last year, we have developed a hazard mitigation plan. It was a requirement to receive the FEMA funds. And now we're at the point where we're looking for council approval, so we can submit it to the Michigan State Fees for approval as well. Questions, comments, concerns? Oh yeah, we have a public hearing.
Oh, it sure does. Everyone in the audience would like to picture this issue, the hazard mitigation plan. Can we use it in your hand? Anyone online?
No one on.
All right, yep, don't go too quiet.
Resolution number 2026-168, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti as a public hearing for hazard mitigation plan be officially closed. I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember McLean. All in favor of closing public hearing?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so those names. All right, questions for Katie? Sorry, my bad. Here you go. Sorry. Councilmember Fellows.
So my impression from reading this was that there's a risk of losing a grant, and some people have pulled out from being applicants of it, and we are trying to pursue that grant.
So what happened was FEMA decided to choose granting organizations in each state, and Eagle is our organization. And we had submitted this to FEMA, and then the way Eagle decided to divide it up was evenly amongst all the high hazard potential dams in state, and so that was like 300,000 or something like that, and then it's increased as people have fallen off of the process. There's no risk other than timing. So because the federal government was closed, we benefited from that in the sense that like the timeline was pretty tight. We were trying to get this done pretty quickly and then the government closed. And so they weren't hearing back from, they weren't in as much communication with FEMA on this grant, but now Eagle has contacted me twice, probably in the last month or two, saying, hey, how's it going? And I've been saying, well, we're gonna get it to council really soon. So like, that's the only risk, is that getting it approved and getting, like, continuing the process moving forward to keep us, because the only way we can stay that we can stay in the running for the funds is to approve a hazard mitigation plan and get it approved by the state. So that then we've met that requirement for the federal funds, which is why we need a hazard mitigation plan. And we'll probably be redoing this once we take out the dam, because we'll have new risks and we'll have new hazards, well, less hazards, different hazards. And so we'll have to probably do this again in a year or two or three, to determine what those hazards are once the dam is out as well. It changes a little bit.
Great, and then, so this increased from 433 to 758. What does that bring us to as a total, and like, are we now fully funded for removal, and what is the timeline?
We have been fully funded. What this was going to be contingency funds, which, because I think that there's always, at the end of this, there's an amount that we can do a restoration, and we've seen different levels of restoration. And this would allow us to do more. We've also hit a couple of speed bumps with a bridge that's a concern with dam removal. And so this will help towards those funds that we'll need. I can't tell you that we're 100% funded at the moment, just because I don't have costs of what bridge repairs might look like or require. And so I've been under the understanding up until about 2 months ago that we were fully funded, and now we have this bridge issue.
Does that push our timeline out then?
It does, yeah, probably moving our dam removal to at least 2028 at this point. We're hoping for 2028. Yeah, that was a pretty painful film as well for all of the committee. So we are still waiting to hear back from MDOT about, well, I think our engineers are actually considering options and look do a little bit more testing, and then we'll submit options to MDOT, and then we'll wait to hear back from MDOT about what is an appropriate solution to the bridge problem. That's kind of where we're at. So
which bridge is it?
It's a Superior Rail Bridge. Superior Road Rail Bridge.
Thank you.
You know, this is required to be able to get the funding, right? As we're, as Katie was saying, you know, the structure of that, you know, the railroad bridge, you know, we've been talking about the very beginning of the water in town. There's a higher velocity of water going through there, and there's a greater scour potential, right? And if we to mitigate that, and the had been thought of and had been discussed by the engineers. What we found out was that one piling was actually considered to be furthest together because which wasn't anticipated. And so that had all the engineers kind of pressure with it, so why that was the case. But when the thing was built, it was built with one leg first because of where the sediments were, but you can remediate that or mitigate that as built. But I think it was one of the approaches is to approach MDOT and the major user of that bridge, which is Amtrak, about you know, the fact that this bridge itself is older than the dam. And it's over 100-year-old bridge, and you have this there's something like that. So there's an appeal to that process and saying, you know, they're the front of that cross. Seems a little ridiculous for a piece of infrastructure like that one, and so so we are all figuring a deep breath at this, and then
I just need to add on that I think that a couple lessons learned, the first lesson learned, get on it, say that one is smaller than the other. believe it from the beginning. Yeah, Yarn River Watershed and I have gone back and forth about like whether or not we could have anticipated something like that. But that's a lesson learned, and I think the other one is just that.
Oh, yeah.
I think the going concern right now is that if the dam were to fail, the bridge is certainly a very much at risk piece of infrastructure at that point. So we have not only have one piece of infrastructure that is certainly at risk, the dam, because we all know that. We also have a concern that the bridge could be then at risk also if that were to happen. And that's critical. I mean, like that.
The bridge failed.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
And hopefully those partnering organizations see it that way too.
Yeah.
When we're looking to raise additional funds to make sure it's on.
Any other comments from council? What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, President Dorcas, follow. Yes.
Councilmember Fox.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson. Councilmember Ripley.
Yes.
Councilmember King. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox.
Yes.
Motion carried.
You working so hard on the damn rule, Ryan. Thank you very much. That's what it is. Councilmember King, you have, table resolution 2026-142.
Whereas the city of Ypsilanti has identified longstanding inconsistencies and accuracies and conflicts in property boundary construction affecting multiple parcels along, oh, is that the right one? No. Is that the right one?
Okay. But there's two, there's the original one and there's 169. So I think.
The first happening.
No, this is Bell Kramer.
Right, so let's, yeah.
This is,
142 to put it back on the table.
put it back on the table and they can be replaced with 169.
All right, so it's 142. Whereas the city of Ypsilanti is committed to maintaining safe, healthy, and accessible neighborhoods for all residents, and whereas the encampment located near Kramer Street and Bell Street has generated significant concerns from nearby homeowners regarding public safety, sanitation, environmental impact, and the usability of adjacent public spaces. The rest will be read into the record. I thought no.
Being supported by Councilmember Tucson. Okay. Sorry, Richard. Sorry.
During the last meeting, council directed staff to meet with, a new members from Washtenaw Camper Outreach, leave the residents, the campers, Ward 1 residents, as well as the mayor, members of the path team. We did, and I forwarded council kind of what was discussed during that meeting. And what came up was to develop a task force, and try to find some real solutions. We also discussed what had taken place since. We had gone out to the site and brought sharks containers and other supplies for the those campers. The majority of the campers have left the site, with 4 to 5 remaining as reported. The path team continues to go out there and try to provide aid. The Shine team last week did some cleanup efforts. I haven't gotten the report yet, but that's kind of where we are at this point.
Councilmember Fellows.
Thanks for that report back. So yeah, after we got that email from City Manager Halinda about what had taken place in the task force. And the suggestion to, what was it called, postpone until date certain. I made this alternative resolution that basically just describes what happened in that meeting based on what I was there. It just kind of talks about what was discussed, who met, and some of the potential resolution solutions. And so this is kind of an extension of the original resolution where it says like the goal is still we're moving towards resolution to this issue and that there's these potential pathways, and we're just going to allow this task force to meet enough times to come up with solutions. And then we'll return to that original resolutions. I guess my suggestion would be to replace the first resolution with this one. As it's kind of in line with what the task force was doing. Okay.
So I appreciate the work being done on the other resolution, but at this moment, I am not ready to postpone. One reason I brought the resolution forward because the residents in that area had safety concerns. Since that meeting and since we last met here, I've heard a lot of different things that have been reported. The residents have stated that it's more than 4 to 5 people there. Probably 2 days ago, one of the residents over there told me it was someone walking down the street with a machete in that area, and they said they were entering the encampment area and they were just swinging it like cutting the street. And so even that behavior made them feel unsafe. Especially this was a man, but he also stated he feared for the females in that area because in his opinion, it's an assumption, the individual was upset. But still swinging a machete, even if it's just cutting a tree, is inappropriate. One reason that I wanted to bring the resolution forward is because, again, it's not saying, hey, get out of the city of Ypsilanti. We're saying move to where we know another encampment is at. And that is calling for a balance of what we have going on here in the city of Ypsilanti and many other surrounding areas. So I do want to honor the residents in that area and continue with this resolution and still work with the task force to see what other solutions we can come to. But right now, I want to keep this resolution on the table to ask the people in the encampment over there to just move to other encampment spaces here in the city of Ypsilanti.
Thank you. Further comments from council?
Oh, sorry, I thought during the reading of this, but the first reading, one of the things I noticed that there's not a timeline. So I don't see that these things are incongruent, the task force that they're doing, and this encapsulates what the spirit of all that is about, right? And so, I think this resolution is congruent with what's already happened. And so to me, it's just an official statement of what we're already doing, right? It doesn't force a quicker timeline. It just says, this is what we're doing, why it is. Still have latitude for execution and implementation of this. So the arguments against this that were made in the first meeting and the arguments that were made against it here, I don't see those as being accurate criticism of this particular resolution.
Which one are you speaking of?
The original.
I would disagree with that. The original resolution doesn't propose that there's a task force that is being convened with all the stakeholders involved. It doesn't state that once the task force takes action on solutions, then sorry, I'm just rereading this. Basically, this I would see the second resolution as being more actionable and based on, we're moving towards a endpoint, but between now and then, what the actual solution is convening this task force that has the stakeholders, that has the people that are advocating for removal has the people that are in the encampment, all the affected parties, all the service supports. And that, whatever they come up with will be the resolved solution. And some of the things I've heard come out of that meeting is like, there's a consideration to, I think it was, Leaf offered to do emergency overflow sheltering as a part of the solution, and that would mean that the city would have to do an allowance for that. Right now, we don't have that. There's a barrier to Leaf doing such services, but they're willing and able to do that service gap. So I think that would be a much more compassionate and humane response. Is like, we have this new solution, which is we have the emergency overflow sheltering before it's decided that there's just a removal. Removal without some sort of solution is just going to present the same exact problem. And so I do urge council to think through this as like basically a blueprint, a map for how to get to a solution that involves all stakeholders and that will not just end up repeating the problem in a few months.
I don't think I really regret what I said at all, because in the second resolution doesn't have a timeline either. And all this work has been done without any growth. That's kind of my point. It's like, this is all coming together because people have had a conversation and decided that what needs to happen. We've had this, several times. So whether it's one or the other, that work has already been done. We've had this situation with South Washington. There was a resolution that was proposed, and it was very general terminology and didn't have a timeline, didn't specify those things, but gave authority to the city manager to address the situation. This is a similar situation. That thing went away, right? And all the things that were talked about in that meeting happened anyway. So it's just like, the resolution here is a statement by council that there's an intent to do something. It doesn't prescribe a timeline and the outcomes and those kinds of things. And I appreciate in the second thing, that in the second resolution here, that those things are being reflected. But again, those things have already happened without even this resolution. In my mind, neither one of these resolutions is actually necessary to do what we're doing. In terms of moving people off of that spot. All of that stuff has happened through what a lot of people consider, backroom deals or whatever. That's a means of doing business and solving problems in the city that don't even require resolution. But either one of these could be fine. But postponing, I don't see how this is incongruent with the first one at all, because that just says these are the things you need to consider when you do this. There's no timeline, but this is how we want you to behave. This one says, well, you're going to give these people and these things. You could pass both of these things and they wouldn't get offered.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. So, I do see this as like a timeline. It says until a date certain, which is, the suggestion the city manager made. But if you would like more clear definition of a timeline, you could offer 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, or whatever timeline you think is appropriate. I didn't choose to do that because I used the city manager's recommendation of a time certain. What else do I want to say? This. Yeah, I stated it last meeting, but I do see a removal of a fundamentally violent act. And so I can't trust that if we pass both resolutions, there won't be police driven removal of the encampment, and so I'm trying to prevent that based on what the community is stating, all the different various perspectives, which is some folks that live in the neighborhood are like, we want a solution, a compassionate response to this issue. We don't want to harm these people any more than they need to be. So can you come up with something, you know, compassionate and creative? So yeah, I would say if you interpret this as being kind of like a nothing burger resolution, that we just table both resolutions indefinitely. And, you know, have the task force meet, have, you know, solutions from that task force come back to council so we can vote on it, like emergency overflow shelter or whatever else. And I would be fine with that, just tabling both indefinitely. But I would not support a removal resolution. I think there would be really intense backlash from that, and I feel it's really, really misguided.
And so I know we were here last month, right? And so some of the things the Mayor Pro Tem said, I actually said in the meeting kind of, to me, I hate to say this on the record, but it felt like a waste of time. Because everything that was done was already done outside of that meeting. We had 1 month to come up with something, and we are still here. So I don't mind moving them indefinitely, but I still would have on the floor to remove that encampment to another encampment in the city. That is still what I would put forward tonight. The young man, Mr. Clark, I think his name was, he said they would need about 1.5 months. I would also say to that task force, we need more than just one resident. I know another member of the community that has worked with the homeless population, Mr. Jackson. He wants to be a part of that. I would put him on there, and again, I would add residents, but I still would move tonight to have that encampment removed. And I also need to say, I may have said it a little bit last time, or it was a conversation with other council members. Again, we are looking for balance in the city of Ypsilanti. We also have to honor everybody, but especially our tax-paying residents. They are the base of the city, and we need to show some kind of respect to them. They right now feel left behind. They feel disrespected. We cannot continue to run the city of Ypsilanti like that. We also cannot make statements like it's going to be a lot of backlash because, again, I have 5 children, 3 boys, 3 young men. And again, if they were doing something improper, they don't have an option to have backlash. So, no, I support removal of this encampment. And again, we have to use the language, while it may sound harsh to some, we have to use the language removal because we are asking for a balance and saying just move over to another encampment. And we as the city should be able to support some kind of conflict resolution. This is not their property.
Thank you. Further comments from council? Councilman Furlow.
Yeah. This is all pretty perverse to me, to be honest, because this is something I've been directly involved in since 2016. I started coming to council in 2016, talking about rising homelessness, talking about rising housing instability, talking to some of these people that are at the dais now that ignored those calls then. Okay, this is a 10-year issue. This is not one summer issue. And I was a part of a committee, a subcommittee of the Planning Commission for almost 3 years to put together a plan in place for the city to deal with the housing crisis, to deal with the rising homelessness, to deal with the co-occurring issues of substance use and mental health issues. And that city administration, of which some of them are still here now, and leadership decided to not pursue any of those solutions and exclude them from the master plan. So it is a total failure on the city's part. This is not the residents' fault. This is the city's fault of what's happening now. What's happening at downtown on South Washington and Black Lives Matter Boulevard, what's happening down in the encampments, that is all the city's fault for the last 10 years. So to me, this is absolutely perverse. A lot of you in this room are responsible for it, and I won't let you forget it. So if we vote to remove this encampment today, there will be repercussions. There will be repercussions. And it's not a solution that actually supports the house people at Bell Kramer either, because there will be another encampment. There will be another encampment unless we move forward with actual systemic solutions. So I'm sorry I am fired up about this, but it's just very upsetting to me because it's been 10 years, and nobody listened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Go back to get clarity on something the city manager talked about earlier. Since we were here last, we talked about services that have been provided. And I believe significantly fewer people are at the encampment now than were we last considered this item. Is that right? And can you put any numbers with that? Can you say how much smaller it is than it was, say, a month, 2 months ago?
So from what I understand.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I haven't confirmed it, but from what I was told, it was down to 4 to 5 people. There was a camper on that meeting who claimed the same. We've had done a significant amount of work from what they reported. The Shine team's been out there to help clean up. And so their steps have been taken.
Can I just respond to your question? So again, the residents that are there, they have told me that that is not true. So again, that's why I'm saying confirmed that we, the city of Ypsilanti, confirmed that information. I cannot say that. What I have heard was the complete opposite, that it's more. And another thing that was alarming was when it first came, they said, I don't know how many people was down there, but they did say it was only now 4 to 5 people down there. And they told me it was only the white people. And this is the language that they use. We know that when this encampment first came, they said it was an all-white encampment. The residents also have said to me, they didn't say it when they came tonight, but they said to me, okay, so if they made the Black people move, why did they leave 4 to 5 white people? Are they the good white people? So again, Councilmember Fellows, I understand you're saying there's gonna be repercussions. What about the repercussions that the homeowners might come with? And again, I don't want to use language like that. You said the city failed. It's now time for us to stop failing, pick up the ball and do it right. Part of doing it right is that this is our property. It does not mean I am a social worker. It does not mean I have a lack of compassion because I'm saying move over here. I am not saying move out of the city of Ypsilanti, but I also want to honor the entire community and not just one subset of people.
What are you doing? Let me ask the question. I don't know if you have more.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure because I'm opposed or not. I'll just say this, moving toward conclusion, at least for me on this. I'm going to support Councilmember King's resolution. I think she's right about the need for balance. I think the folks in the neighborhood have demonstrated circumstances that demonstrated significant security concerns and safety concerns that have been ongoing and not mitigated by anything else. And I think it's difficult to ignore where I have my own misgivings. Where I think this is something less than a solution is there isn't any obvious place for those folks to go. Another encampment is hardly a solution. But nonetheless, that's the current status quo is I think
Kim was right, they waited a long time.
See, I think we can talk about what does that removal look like, because I don't know what it looks like either. But I think we can talk about that, but I think that's the right decision.
And my question is when saying what, moving to another encampment, move them or ask them to move, and maybe, city manager, Attorney Barker, that question is in the legal framework, what does that mean? You could ask people to go somewhere else, I assume, but you can't make them move to another encampment, or can you? I guess that's my question. I mean, I don't think so, but I'm asking it because that's what's being said.
In addition to, I do want to ask, because we do also know, we were here at a meeting a few years ago when they thought that encampment on Michigan Ave was in Ypsilanti, and that encampment was removed, I think. But
The one in the
right
top-
there,
the one in the top
correct.
So you can ask people to relocate to another camp. That other camp would have to be a legal camping site. City does not have a camping ordinance that I think it will find. They can be compelled to leave where they're at under, I suppose, trespassing ordinance that we have. That would be prerogative of this body to make a decision on how to proceed with something like that. City police department going down and do that. Doing anything much without guidance. And so, say you can't be here. But you can also say, well, we have another place for you if you'd like to take and seize upon that opportunity. And keep in mind, there are a number of logistical issues with that, a number of liability issues with that. Where these folks are at right now. Doesn't accumulate snow. I won't. It's just, I grew up, I had friends on those streets. I know where these folks are at. It's not safe for some, conditions more than at all. So it's up to this body to decide how they want to proceed with it, but they do have the means, legal means to remove them if they so choose. But forced relocation to somewhere else, they got here and you must go here, you can't do that. So you may go here. That option. It's a lot.
And it's a lawful option.
Right. I mean, council wants to designate section of the occupied section of the city for outside camping, and do that. I think it would have to be done by ordinance. But not by resolution, but certainly by resolution, it can decide what action it wants to take with our side.
And, okay, so removal requires trespassing, so it requires legal.
That's probably where the city would find its authority.
And that still doesn't mean that people would be. Correct. Okay, and I think the space that you were talking about, I don't know the actual ins and outs of what happened in Ypsilanti Township, but how, I don't actually know how that happened. So I would say it was by trespassing as well.
They have camping ordinance, so
They do have camping?
they have camping ordinance, so.
I believe they were on private property.
It was part of my.
So that's a trespass issue.
I do want to acknowledge, some of the problematic elements of the situation. I don't think, it should be hand waved away that there is you know, like credible reports of white only encampments, you know, and that's, there have been like racial intimidation tactics in this encampment, like that is not something I think is okay either. It's just that the situation is a really hard one, and it's, you do, a precedent of encampment sweeps, that is a bad precedent, because then we'll just be doing encampment sweeps to kind of shuffle people around all the time and moving people from ghetto to ghetto. And you know, people will also return to that same site. And I agree, you know, people shouldn't be living on pollution. People shouldn't be living on pollution on Water Street, but what are the options? We have not given people enough options to stabilize. And so I see where this is going, you know, I made my case about why a peaceful resolution makes more sense, to work to, and people are saying there is no solutions being offered. I keep talking about the emergency overflow shelter. Why don't we discuss that seriously? Because, you know, it's not something that we have to pay into. It's just being offered as a service for free by a service provider. Let's explore that. I think that would be the better, more peaceful solution. I think if this passes, it's gonna stir up a lot of problems, a lot of anger. Yeah, I can't support that. 100%.
So I'm looking at the second, resolution 165. And what about this is not a resolution? You're just talking about having a longer timeline so that people can know, but isn't it also the case that the point here is to get the people off that property?
Yes.
And so there's nothing here that precludes police from taking people off their property at any given
Yes, it
time.
does, because it's a time certain for when the task force comes up with solutions. Not armed enforcement solution.
But there's nothing in the first one that says armed enforcement is.
That's what it will happen. I don't.
That's your interpretation.
No, that is what. That was.
Give me my time, give me my time.
He has the floor.
All right, so there's nothing that explicitly states that that is the outcome from the first resolution. There's nothing in the second resolution that precludes that from happening either. So to say that one says this and one says that, neither one of them say either of those things. And so the interpretations that people are gonna have in the backlash that you're talking about is because of the rhetoric that people have layered on top of these things. And that is not what is being said here. So neither one of these calls for police enforcement, and neither one of them precludes it. So this semantic argument about whether this is right, openly stating that the goal is to not have people be there, I think is implied. Yeah, it's stated in one place, and it's implied in the other. So, you know, taking a moral high ground on one when it doesn't really do that either is not a tenable argument.
It is. That's what I thought. Because this act says sustainable alternatives for remaining campers, including an emergency overnight shelter and or a safe camping site with infrastructure for restrooms, running water, electricity, long-term sustainability. Those are benchmark actual solutions. It's completely different, you know, and I'm just telling you, even if you think it's just merely comms is incredibly important with city business. So if the comms is terrible, you're gonna have a terrible reaction from the community. That's just what it is. So, and you know, as far as the other resolution doesn't say anything about enforcement, so when enforcement happens, what are you gonna tell the community? That you just thought it wouldn't?
Not at all.
I guess the same. I guess the same question. I guess the same question can be asked for resolution 169. If police go and do what is being said they might do at the encampment in the first one, if they do it on the second one, then what's the difference?
Well, we can add a result that there's not gonna be armed enforcement. I would be happy to accept that amendment as part of 169. But in no way was I putting this together based on the idea that there'd be armed enforcement. But I would love to make that explicit if that would be helpful to distinguishing these two resolutions and would gather more support.
So, in the event though, the task force comes up and has solutions, and they offer these to the people that are there, and they don't fit. What is the request? Is the plan?
No, I mean, like, the whole, I'm sorry, it's hard to be up here, because I know it's just. The whole city is against the encampment and the encampment folks. The whole, like I'm talking about the government. The whole government is descending down onto this small group of people who are problematic and have issues, no doubt, but I don't think I think the pressure is at a very extreme point. I don't know if anyone is going to defy to the bitter end. Maybe there might be someone, but everything is like up against them. So I'm just like, why are we in these hypotheticals of like, oh, they'll just refuse services and then you offer no recourse? I'm saying, why don't we try to do something that is a peaceful motion toward the resolution that will prevent inflaming anger in the community, that will prevent the most amount of violence falling on the most vulnerable people in the community. And evaluate after it's all over, lessons learned. Was this bad? Did it not work? What could have been better? But offering just a vague resolution with the word removal, our only recourse is the ordinance for trespassing, that would involve police. That is not a solution. The encampment will just reemerge, all the things I said before. So I'm saying, 169, we add a resolve that we will not use armed enforcement as a sustainable solution, but we will explore, emergency overflow shelter, these other things, and support the encampment folks in relocating in time with the task force work. That's what I see as a distinguishing between the two. You can argue with me whether or not you think that's true or not, but I'm just saying from even a comms perspective, it is going to be interpreted way differently. And I believe in the material way, it's completely different.
But that doesn't answer the question. If they choose not to leave, what do you do? And so that's something that isn't covered in here that to bring it back on me is like, well, when you have to do it under 140, the other one, well, what about when you have to do it under here? And you made all these statements that are, we're not going to do this, that, or the other thing, but in eventuality that they're going to be removed for trespassing. And if you don't state that, then you haven't resolved the issue. And we haven't resolved the issue. You pointed out there's many bigger issues, but I don't see that either one of these can exclude that. And if you specifically state that you're not going to do that, then you will always have an encampment. Absolutely, always, because you've left yourself that loophole of doing that, and you don't have any way of getting those folks out. So, what is the real problematic behavior here? It's the spillover. Do I care whether those people are camping or where they camp? I feel for them where they camp, and that's a problematic thing. But the effect that it's having on the neighborhood, I've talked with the people that live at the end of Railroad Street, and they have the same issue, but there's fewer of them, right? So there's a huge encampment there. Nobody's been violent, but people have stolen things. And so they're concerned for the exact same reason. So you're right, it doesn't change, it moves from place to place. But in this particular case, there has been violence, there has been breaking and entering, there have been people shot. And that is a problem. And I don't see that this resolution addresses that in a meaningful way for the residents who are there.
And that, again, that is a great point. I remember when I first went to this encampment, when I first found out about it, apparently they said other people knew about it. The residents were saying that members from the county was going back there to give them services. So that also lets us know other people knew about it. I did not. When I found out, just like with anything, I go check it out. So I went to check it out. I spoke with the people that were living in the encampment, and they said, we good. They said, we like it out here. They had no desire to move. So when we hear reports from the city manager, and I think Mayor Brown, you also said before that teams go out to help them and they say they don't want the assistance. So again, it's conflicting stories of what's really going on. And I would add, because we are on resolution 142, we can still add that task force, so we can still work on it. We can also talk about city manager. I'm not sure if you talked to Corn. Is that a building that we could use for emergency shelter? What does that take? But again, I am still standing strong on they have to be removed from that encampment. The residents in that area have waited. They say, I don't know how long the encampment has been there. Again, I found out about it, I believe it was last year. And so the residents have waited. The residents are angry that live over there. So again, we always say consider all, but in this, I do not see where we have considered the residents that that stay there. The fires that they said, my mom and dad brought these home, and they worked hard. They worked hard, and now they're trying to maintain their homes, and now they feel like their homes are threatened because what if a fire shoots down, and now their home is destroyed. No. So again, what about the building in that emergency shelter? And again, I would add to this resolution, we can't continue with it. We can continue with the task force.
Is that a question for me about?
Yeah, the question is, have you, I know you were in communication with Corn, I think that's the building that council member Fellows is speaking of, for emergency shelter. Is that something the city of Ypsilanti can do? Like, do we have to change the zoning? What needs to be done in that space?
Well, that section doesn't allow for shelters, that district. So we kind of would have to look into what needs to be done. I imagine the property owner would need to give, their approval of that happening. But that's something that staff would have to work out.
No, so along those lines, what I was thinking earlier was around what you stated around adding that the task force will continue to work on the things that came up in the meeting. And those things will precede any official removal. And when I say official, I'm thinking about what Attorney Barker talked about, like legal, trespassing, all of that, because from what I heard for public comment as well, the roundabout time frame that was given was a month to a month and a half to support the remaining folks who were there. Now, the question is really, how do you verify who was there? Does the PATH team know? Do we need to go out and see in some way to know if it's 4 to 5 or it's more? Because I think we continue to get conflicting information about what's happening over there. And so then it allows time for the team that got together with some additional folks. I think there was a request for someone else who lives in the neighborhood to join, to talk through the steps and the ideas that were put out in that meeting. How did that go for you?
I mean, that sounds good, because we heard Michelle Sanders when she came up here, she was the only resident in the meeting. And if I was her, I would have felt outnumbered. So I definitely would want more residents on there. Again, I said Mr. Jackson. And who does go out there? Is it us? Even if we went as council members and the mayor, we still need staff to go. Because after all, we only part-time.
Well, I also don't know how do we, the PATH team, their role is to, make contact and identify and keep track and continue to support folks who are there. So I would assume they would have more information, and as well as the, organizers and, you know, the Washington Camp Outreach who know folks out there to know who is actually there and how do we know for certain how many people are still camping at the site. Because I think that's there's just conflicting information about that. But I know that what Mr. Clark said, he's like a month and a half, feels like, you know, their process is moving and there are everything that were done prior to that meeting that we just talked about in that meeting. That could move us to not having to go to, like law enforcement. Councilman Thomas?
Well, would you like to amend your resolution then to include, you know, bringing in more people from the neighborhood into the task force and adding Sheab Jackson to the task force and exploring, solutions including emergency overnight shelter and directing the staff to look into that as part of it.
Yes, those are the things that I think I would add, absolutely. But still, I want to be clear on what happens today. I know, Randy, you already said we can't officially, we could just ask people to move, but I guess I need clarity around that part.
We can. I mean, city, I think, has the authority to force them to leave, but we just can't force them to go to a specific new location. So, it's in being one of those neighboring communities that like to give people a bus token and send them to Ypsilanti. We don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. And I'm just playing, but I mean, I'm just playing, but again, that's the reality of what has been happening here. So again, I would still include that in there, that the city has the authority to enforce and we need to do it.
But at what point? Because I think we're saying, what I understand you saying that you are open and amenable to the task force meeting, coming up with, you know, a path forward, having staff look into emergency sheltering, and that would come before.
Before what?
Before removal, like actual enforcement.
So that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, then, so you want them to happen at the same time?
So, yeah, because again, we can't say, hey, go to this location. I understand that we can't make them go to a location, but what we can say, hey, this is a no trespass area and you can't be here. And part of the reason that they can't be there is because the trouble that has been caused in that area. It was an email that came out. I don't even know if that's something we can discuss here. I don't even know the details of that. Is that connected? The email that we received yesterday, or you know, about that area, say it Washington and Harriet.
Oh, well, yeah, we did talk about that.
So you're saying, so I wanna understand, you're saying notify the folks there that you have to move. And also be simultaneously meeting as a task force to support them in moving.
Correct, because we also know it was discussed in the meeting, while it's not an authorized city location, we know that it's other encampments here in the city. We are not putting them out the city. We are saying you have to move from this area. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request. So temporarily, go over here or wherever is convenient for you. I mean, not wherever, but you know. Yeah, so not wherever. And in the meantime, and in between time, we're working. Because again, this was a month ago we met. Before that, when I first announced it, was 2 weeks prior, so it's actually almost been 2 months. This is not a surprise, I don't think, to anyone. And let me just say, continue. I get these phone calls every day. I don't know if y'all get the phone calls, but I get the phone calls every day about what's happening down there. I'm not going down there every day to confirm, but again, it sounds like the PAC team should have some information that they can provide. Another thing that was stated in the meeting is that some of the unhoused people over there don't have IDs. But at the same time, the past team is saying, we've been working with them for over a year. So I'm confused. I'm confused, and I also would want to have a meeting in person because again, it seemed like some game plan because it's inconsistent information. I want real information with clarity. And so if the PAC team can't give it to us, we need to figure out how do we get that information that is true.
So, yeah, I'm just gonna tie up my thoughts on this, so this seems like where this is heading. I mean, I think somebody should probably offer an amendment if they're gonna change this resolution to include those things that we discussed. But I do wanna just say that, you know, as someone that's worked in, you know, homelessness, stabilization and, you know, transitional housing and all these different things. I mean, I do think there's just a lot of confusion about what it looks like to do encampment sweeps and force people to move from place to place. It's really a lot more gruesome than what people are portraying here. And, you know, losing IDs is very, very common for folks that are unhoused, so it doesn't surprise me that IDs are missing after PAC has, you know, done some ID work. Last, I just want to say, like, I do feel very sad and very, you know, upset for Bill Kramer residents that are both housed and unhoused. I think this has been a really difficult and sad summer, and honestly one that was completely predictable. And I do think it will worsen next summer if we don't do anything about it, but I don't think that Bill Kramer residents deserved any of this from any side of it. I think it is really tough when those co-occurring issues turn into encampment fires, turn into community violence, all those things. It is unacceptable. I just hope that we learn from this lesson that we do need to take these situations very seriously if we're gonna actually find a solution that is sustainable for everybody, because campus sweeps are not sustainable. But I am sorry to the Bill Kramer residents, both housed and unhoused, for whatever happens next.
So I will move to amend to add the 3 steps. Tracy, I don't know if you wrote them on down.
I have 2.
Okay.
Notify, the encampment residents that they are to move. Moving forward with the task force. And that's where
And I think the other one was adding. Exploring emergency shelter.
That's what.
And adding the resident. Adding, maybe, I don't know how many more residents, because right now it's only 1 on there.
I don't think you can start off with a number that were just decided. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
During that meeting, we also talked about maybe not having so many people from each organization, kind of simplifying it. So maybe one of the steps should be determining who's on the task force.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then again, I would say Mr. Jackson did reach out and he has been working. I did talk to the city manager about that, and I mean, I would love to see him on the task force as well, because he has a lot of information on the. Yeah. Yes.
support. So determine who is on the task force and then invite Mr. Jackson.
Support.
Councilman Tucson support. Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Okay, okay.
I was looking at the other, 169 and it for the postponement. All the language is regional. All that stuff, I look at this and you go take out the postponement and which needs to be good. But that. What about?
Councilman next. All right, please call the roll on
For the amendment.
amendment, yeah.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
All right, we're on the amended resolution, further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
So the timeline of the notification of the people that are still, we don't know if it's 4 or 5, or we don't know if it's at that time. What does that timeline do? If it asks for 6 weeks? Is that too long, you reckon?
or is that too long for which part?
If the point is to have people out there, Jim Clark stood up and said 4 to 6 weeks to come up with these solutions. So is 4 to 6 weeks too long?
The residents, they said it's already been too long. So yes,
We're on the amended resolution. I mean,
do we need to put something in there, or Tracy, can you read can you read it one more time?
So,
The amendment.
the amendment is, notifying the residents of the encampment they need to move. Moving forward with the task force and exploring an emergency shelter and determining who is on the task force as well as inviting Mr. Jackson.
So my question is, do we need to put a time on, city manager, mayor, what the, do we need to put a time on it? Because to me, what you read, Tracy, it sounds like immediate. And that's what I was thinking.
So there's, depending on what council wants, we can, again, work with the path team to help relocate them and have the path team inform them that this is no longer okay for you to be here, and then they can assist them in finding another location. And hopefully that will work. We're not to use law enforcement to do it. But in terms of amount of time, I don't know how long that would take. I think if we start a process and nothing's taken hold in the 6 weeks, then maybe we involve law enforcement, but I would like to try to avoid that.
But so it's already been 2 months, so for me, I'm not in agreement with that. But I don't know what sounds good. Does 1 week, 2 weeks? It's not like, again, this is not new. I started this conversation 2 months ago, almost 2 months ago. So it's not like it's not new. So I don't think I don't agree with the 4 to 6 weeks. Because then after that 4 to 6 weeks, if that's us, we are supposed to be planning and trying to find solutions, what we was supposed to do this last month. So, no, I don't agree with that personally. I guess if it's a number, I'm gonna say 1 2 weeks.
I think my pushback on that to say that I would want to give the 4 to 6 weeks is because the momentum and the work that's being done by the folks who are supporting are saying, like, that is a window where we can help move folks along. And then it also is within the window for us to figure out if the emergency sheltering is available, optional, doable without then having to move to enforcement. So at least there's a window of time where folks, because I do not know the time frame it would take for someone to have to gather their belongings and figure out where to go. And so if we heard from folks who are working in that space that 4 to 6 weeks is the time frame for that encampment that they believe was already kind of on track, then I would want to give those parameters, at least give that amount of time. That way, while the task force is meeting, folks are, whether they decide to move to an emergency sheltering location, if that's possible, or if they decide to go somewhere else, like there's time to actually figure that out. I mean, I'm already gonna be notifying them, well, if it passes. So.
And I just don't, we were told a lot of things, right? We were told that they were waiting on voucher.
But.
Right, but we heard it in the meeting, and it sounds like it was untrue. From the next conversation with the social worker, I believe. So again, we are being, and again, I don't wanna drag this on. But I don't know. So how do we know 4 to 6 weeks is going to be a solution? That's what I'm saying, as Mayor Pro Tem said already.
No, I don't think we do know, but I think more time is better than, like, a little more time that was stated from folks to us as well, and who are part of that task force, in my opinion, is better than giving someone 7 days. When we're already on a path, like, you know, no funny thing, clear. So, I don't know. That's another thing.
Given the amount of things that we've suggested need to happen, or can happen, 4 to 6 weeks seems to me to be pretty aggressive, notwithstanding the fact that we haven't waited a long time. So I'll move that as a motion.
Okay, it's been moved to, the time from 4 to 6 weeks,
Support.
been supported by Councilman Tucson. Discussion of the amendment.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
Councilman Tucson.
So 4 to 6 weeks, so 6 weeks would be like the hard cutoff. If nothing is brought to us from the task force, then we go ahead and move on with the removal.
That's the time frame to engage. I'm saying out loud what we talked about.
Right.
To engage the task force, to explore, to have staff look into what the options are for the ones that were in that previous amendment. And then, yeah, from there, it would be with the past team, like you noted, instead of using law enforcement, the past team going out to notify folks that.
Okay. Thank you.
What's
That's
that
my
date?
interpretation.
Can I make a friendly amendment? My question was earlier was, has anybody stated to the encampment that the eventuality is that they can do? If the answer to that is no, then friendly amendment to that is that be communicated to them, that timeline be communicated to them. It's been fun.
Yeah, I don't believe that they've been outright told that the final plan that you have to be moved here. I think they kind of know, but it's not been directly stated that I'm going to support something about it.
And it sounds like it was supported, and can we get a date though?
I mean, on a calendar, 6 weeks from today is September 1st.
Because we know in September, and we don't talk about how cold it is. But hey,
6 weeks will be September 1st. We're going further on the amendment.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps,
No.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Okay, we're on the amended resolution. Further discussion?
The amended resolution. Councilmember Phelps,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
the amended motion carries.
Councilman McLean, you have 143.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, where Ypsilanti College has been a valued resource for representing students and residents since 1966. Whereas WCC has been committed to keeping tuition low for Washington County residents and has not raised tuition for in-county students since 2023. And where WCC is $99 per credit hour cost is the lowest cost of the colleges in Michigan. And whereas the strong financial support provided by Washtenaw County voters has been a primary driver in WCC being able to maintain low tuition rates. And whereas WCC continues to be a tremendous link with numerous local employers and with Atlantic Community Schools, connecting innumerable students and training jobs throughout the county and beyond. And whereas this 10-year operating millage request is a continuation request set at the same approximately 0.85 mills level as the prior millage, and whereas the proposed operating millage is expected to raise 21.9 million for the college to continue operation first year of the levy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council affirms its support for the WCC millage, which will appear on August 4th, 2026 ballot throughout Washtenaw County, and calls on Ypsilanti voters to support the millage. So support.
Moved by Councilmember Queen, supported by Member Dodson. Oh, we had a presentation earlier, Dr. Tucker. Any questions, comments? Please follow.
Councilmember McQueen.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkinson. Yeah. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Councilmember Fellows. We have 170. Resolution number 2026-170. Now therefore be resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve this memorandum of understanding with Leaf to install sharps containers in the city to be managed by Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and direct the city manager to sign on council's behalf. Be it further resolved that the City Council directs the city manager to work with Leaf to strategize the most effective location for containers and change locations as needed, and I so move. Support. Further by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember King.
Council for some time, and I'm sure you all aware, we've been working with Leaf to try to determine how and balance deploy sharps containers. This would allow the city to work with Leaf to make sure those are put in the area that they can do the most good. So I just ask that you approve the resolution as written.
Discussion from council.
I'm glad to see this come forward, trying to talk to folks. Different states of the sharps are absolutely necessary. There was a question of who was gonna be provide service, and we can initiated.
Any further comments, questions? All right, please follow the roll.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilkinson.
Yep.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 179.
Whereas the city of Ypsilanti has identified long-standing inconsistencies, inaccuracies, and conflicts in property boundary descriptions affecting multiple parcels along First Avenue, and whereas historic plats, legal descriptions, and recorded property boundaries within this area overlap, split, or are otherwise difficult to interpret, resulting in uncertainty regarding property ownership and boundary location. And where city staff has reviewed the affected properties and held a public community meeting to inform and receive input from property owners and residents regarding these issues. And whereas city staff has determined that the preparation of the assessor's plat as authorized under the Michigan Land Division Act represents the most appropriate legal process to clarify and establish accurate property boundaries for the affected area. Whereas preparation of an assessor plat requires the services of a licensed professional surveyor to conduct a comprehensive survey and prepare the necessary documentation for review and approval. Now therefore it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti authorizes the issuance of a RFP to solicit qualified licensed professional surveyors to conduct surveys of the affected properties along First Avenue and prepare an assessor's plat. Be it further resolved that the city council finds that preparation of assessor's plat is of public interest and will provide long-term clarity regarding property boundaries, improve the accuracy of city records, reduce future property disputes, and allow residents to buy and sell property in a more equitable way.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Good evening, council. So the First Avenue, the east side of First Avenue between Frederick and Michigan Avenue is kind of a mess. So if you look up at the monitors right now, you can kind of see, and it's a little hard to see, but essentially we have a platted lot of record, which most of us live in a platted lot. Then there's what's happening at First Avenue, which is kind of what's called meets and bounds parcels that are drawn incorrectly. And then the one way to fix it is assessor's plats. So we have about 13 assessor's plats in the city that basically takes an area of the city that was never officially drawn as a platted lot of record for a condo or site condo and clarifies those boundaries. We've known about this for, I want to say, Bonnie originally found it, I believe, back in about 2013, but it didn't happen. The reason why this becomes a bigger issue is when you try to sell a piece of property, if you don't know where the property boundaries are, you can't sell them, which then kind of turns a whole portion of the neighborhood into majority rental. And so, anyways, we would like to correct this pretty big error. We had a meeting with the community 3 weeks ago. Overall, there wasn't a whole lot of, there was some hesitation, because when you're talking about somebody's property, it's a big deal. But this is a way to actually make it so the property is more valuable, but we also look at this as an equity thing. If we look at every other place in the city that has assessment plans, the vast majority of them are not in the south side. But also being done more in, normal park area or in people in town. So we are recommending that the city continues on this path, hires a land surveyor, which we'll come back to, because it will be above the $25,000 threshold. And we have identified the funding to do this.
Thank you. Discussion from council about this. When we met with originally when we met with the property owners of those impacted by this, there were a lot of questions and concerns and something just, trust in what this process looks like, what does it mean, am I gonna lose parts of my property? What's gonna happen? I think that staff did a really good job of just kind of explaining what this looks like and also giving the, control really to the homeowners, that if they literally do not want to participate in this, let us know that, and we would be able to articulate that to this body. We didn't have anyone who outright said they were not interested in at least moving this part forward. They were more concerned really with, okay, now we understand why this is necessary. The major concern was, are we going to be stuck with the bill for this, even though it's something that we did not create the problem? And so that was one of the bigger concerns, but Joe and staff were able to share that, again, the funds were identified to complete this. And I think Councilmember King and I were there and were able to, reassure residents that we would bring forward their concerns, valid concerns, so that folks knew that there were some that came up, but most people wanted to move forward just knowing that they would be stuck having to put a bill for this, because this is decades and decades old error that is impacting their property.
There's one property owner who is against this at this point. She is scared that she will lose property. That's not the purpose of this, and that's not the point. She's not a Ypsi resident. She has, her family owns 3 properties. One of them is a dangerous building.
The lot here. That's part. Our property you never had. Then all we're doing first.
So the lines by her property do start to get a little bit more normal when it comes down to where their properties are. The thing is, instead of, if you're gonna do a plat, you should do it on the whole lot. And so realistically, her property boundary don't change at all. But it would just give her a lot number, a lot, lot kind of assessment plat 14. Instead of what it is now, which is a detached.
We looked at the last poster like, what?
Yeah.
People are very confused. If there's no further discussion. Please follow roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Member McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor Pro Tem, your chart represents, I'm sorry, 172.
Can I ask you a quick question first? Can we? Hey, do you wanna do these one at a time or can we do these all? Because they're all gonna be the same exact
Yeah,
thing.
well, different people have them,
Okay.
because they were given to, they were given out separately, sorry. No.
I'll make it quick.
Yeah.
Resolution 2026-172, developed by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas on December 8th, 2025, following a properly noticed hearing at which the owner failed to appear, the dangerous building hearing officer found the building or structure at 539 South Huron Street, tax ID 11-11-37-101-02, to be a dangerous building as defined in section 18-111 of the Ypsilanti City Code, in order that it be demolished or brought into full compliance with all city ordinances of the Michigan Building Code by February 3rd, 2026. And whereas the owner failed to comply with the order and the hearing officer filed a report of findings and a copy of the order with the city council, and requested that the city council take all necessary actions to enforce the order. And whereas on March 31st, 2026, following properly noticed show cause hearing under section 18-223D of the Ypsilanti City Code, the city council approved the hearing officer's order and required compliance within 60 days. When the owner has failed to comply within the time prescribed, now therefore be resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti authorizes and directs the city staff to take all necessary action to enforce the order, including demolition of the building or structure at 539 South Huron Street. We have further resolved that all costs incurred by the city, including the cost of demolition, consulting services, investigation, publication charges, attorney's fees, court costs, and all administrative expenses shall be reimbursed to the city by the owner of the property and interest in accordance with section 18-223E through G of the Ypsilanti City Code, and if not paid within 30 days, those shall be placed on a tax roll as an assessment of the property and collected in the same manner required for property tax liens. And I suppose.
Support. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem McCarthy, supported by Councilmember King.
Oh, council gave, so the half-built patient stations a few days, bid fees, and either tear down the building or pull permits, none of it's happened. So we're asking to finally take it to the step that I think most of the residents want.
Any discussion? Please follow roll.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, get 173.
Yeah, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas on December 8th, 2025, following a property notice hearing at which the owner failed to appear, the dangerous building hearing officer found the building and structure at 558 Madison Street to be a dangerous building as defined in section 18-111 of the Ypsilanti City Code, in order that it be demolished or brought into full compliance with all city ordinances and the Michigan Residential Building Code by February 3rd, 2026. And whereas the owner failed to comply with the order, and the hearing officer filed a report of findings and a copy of the order with the city council, and requested that the city council take all necessary action to enforce the order. And whereas on March 31st, 2026, following a property notice show cause hearing under section 18-223D of the Ypsilanti City Code, the city council approved the hearing officer's order and required compliance within 60 days, and the owner has failed to comply within the time prescribed. Now therefore be it resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti authorizes and directs city staff to take all necessary action to enforce the order, including the demolition of the building or structure at 558 Madison Street. Be it further resolved that all costs incurred by the city, including the cost of demolition, consulting services, investigation, publication charges, attorney fees, court costs, and all administrative expenses shall be reimbursed to the city by the owner or party in interest in accordance with sections 18223E through G of the Ypsilanti City Code, and if not paid within 30 days of notice, shall be placed on the tax roll as an assessment against the property and collected in the same manner as provided for property tax liens and also moved. Or
Supported by Councilmember McLean.
Same thing. You give them 60 days, then if any fines, then 20 fines.
Did they reach out at all?
The person, so you got another property in the township that we already worked on.
Yeah.
But he also mentioned he didn't have the finances, so this one for me gives me a bit of pause, because he did tell us that he did not have the funding at the moment, but it also, you know, I also wish he would have reached out.
For discussion comments? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips,
Pass.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Now,
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
No.
motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have 174.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas on December 8th, 2025, following the property notice hearing at which the owner failed to appear, the dangerous building hearing officer found the building or structure at 601 East Michigan Avenue, tax ID 1111-10-26205 to be a dangerous building as defined in section 18-111 of the Ypsilanti City Code, in order that it be demolished or brought into full compliance with all city ordinances and the Michigan Building Code by February 3rd, 2026, and whereas the owner failed to comply with the order, and the hearing officer filed a report of findings and a copy of the order with the city council, and the clerk of the city council will take all necessary action to enforce the order. And whereas on March 31st, 2026, following a properly noticed show cause hearing under section 18-223B of the Ypsilanti City Code, the city council approved the hearing officer's order and required compliance within 60 days, and the owner has failed to comply within the time prescribed. Now therefore be it resolved, the city council of the city of Ypsilanti authorizes and directs city staff to take all necessary action to enforce the order, including demolition of the building or structure at 601 East Michigan Avenue. Be it further resolved that all costs incurred in the city, including demolition, consulting services, investigation, publication charges, attorney fees, court costs, and all administrative expenses shall be reimbursed to the city by the owner or party in interest in accordance with section 18-223 E, G of the Ypsilanti City Code, and if not paid within 30 days of notice, shall be placed on the tax roll as an assessment against the property and collected in the same manner as provided for property tax.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
The only thing I can add to this one is this building has been on the dangerous building for so long that we do have a pretty sizable chunk of change that we will use to tear down the structure, so this one, we could probably, at this point, I'll say, so we might be able to tear it down with the funds that we collected to dangerous building that's still in the last 3 years. You know, we haven't been out yet.
and again, I just wanna know, have they reached out at all?
Never,
Nobody's ever, they never.
they always pay their taxes though.
Tax you pay.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
motion carries.
Councilmember Tucson, you have 175.
Thank you do. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas on December 8th, following a properly noticed hearing at which the owner failed to appear, the dangerous building hearing officer found the building or structure at 1032 Watling Boulevard to be a dangerous building as defined in section 18-111 of the Ypsilanti City Code, in order that it be demolished or brought to full compliance with all city ordinances and the Michigan Residential Building Code by February 3rd, 2026. And whereas the owner failed to comply with the order and the hearing officer filed a report of findings and a copy of the order with the city council and requested that the city council take all necessary action to enforce the order. And whereas on March 31st, 2026, following a property notice show cause hearing under section 18223D of the Ypsilanti City Code, the city council approved the hearing officer's order, and required compliance within 60 days. And the owner has failed to comply with the time prescribed. Now therefore be it resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti authorizes and directs city staff to take all necessary action to enforce the order, including the demolition of the building or structure at 1032 Watson Boulevard. Be it further resolved that all costs incurred by the city, including the cost of demolition, consulting services, investigation, publication charges, attorney fees, court costs, and all administrative expenses shall be reimbursed to the city by the owner of the fourth party in interest in accordance with sections 18223E through G of the Ypsilanti City Code, and if not paid within 30 days of notice, shall be placed on the tax rolls and assessment against the property and collected in the same manner as provided for property tax liens. And I so forth.
The only thing to add, well, I haven't added yet, is this gentleman indicated he was gonna list the property for sale.
That you didn't have anywhere.
Wonderful.
Any discussion, question?
He didn't reach out and ask for more time or anything?
I feel like.
And that house has been.
For
years. That house been boarded up for over 10 years, for since longer than I lived back next to the. At least well.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yeah.
Councilmember Tuesday.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember King, you have 176.
That the request of Mae's Mexican Cantina located at 36 East Cross Street for a social district license be approved. That's a move.
Supported.
To be moved by Councilmember King. Before you find your voice out, why do you sound laughing?
The difference between this and the last.
I know, yeah. 1 second.
So this is, the social district was created, and they're kind of set out as the places that would like one that have applied, so just asking council to.
We have, one entity that currently has their, license that they received from the state, and they got it pretty quickly, except for people brewery. And so, the other folks are, following suit. Any questions, discussion?
I did have one conversation with business owners that you can talk about this. And there's one people exactly why I don't know, because. They. But, I just. Well, it's just mayhem in the store, people walking to the store with liquor down. You have the right to refuse that, so that's unfair, and what's the discrepancy between, you know, telling certain group of people that they can't drink on the street, telling other group of people drink on the street.
Yeah, there also is signage that the DBA director is going around. So businesses can opt in or opt out and use the signage to say they would allow folks to come into their business. If they have that, the social district or whatever. And so folks can actually opt out and say they don't want anyone coming into their storefronts. With their code. Further discussion?
Question, do we ever resolve the issue around the boundaries with regard to the thrift shop?
Are you talking about the parking lot in the rear?
Yes.
Yeah, it was removed from the map, but that's all that was done. I mean, it's private property, so you can't go on there anyway.
And I,
But the issue was some of what looks like the plaza is also private property.
Correct.
I'm sure there's markings there.
I believe the DDA has been in conversation with them. They are welcome to mark up their property and say, no one's allowed past this. Regardless if there's a social district or not, if someone trips on their property and it's not up to code, they're still gonna be liable. But I believe the DDA and this business owner are trying to find some type of compromise.
yes, and I do believe even for the launch of the social districts. Last meeting on the DDA director did talk with the owner again to say, you can, feel free to mark off the property if you don't want folks to come onto it. I don't know if that's happening on it, so.
That doesn't change, the social district's already there, so that approving these will have no impact on that.
Further discussion, questions? Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Clayton, 177.
West Barbary Saloon, Inc., located 39 East Cross Street for a social distance license be approved.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Same thing. Questions? Call the roll, please.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have 178.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti at the request of Sidetrack Bar and Grill located at 56 East Cross Street for a social district license to be approved by the board.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by McLean. Councilmember McLean. Same thing. All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Bellows, you have 179.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that there's a short discussion of the attached fee schedule.
So it's changed from a discussion during the agenda approval, correct?
Yes.
All right. Also, just
Yeah, I could just start, given the, large majority of the comments tonight were regarding the fees for, the freight house. They have decreased from last year. But, staff's open to any suggestions that council might have about what they would feel would be a more reasonable rate. I would at least encourage to cover costs of labor.
One of the things that occurred to me as I was looking at these is that an organization like the Artisans Market, which numbers came before us tonight, and some of the vendors had that market. Difference between that and say somebody renting the facility for a wedding. One has significant impact on the community, on small businesses, on the marketing of the community as a whole. As was described earlier, so we'll belabor that. The other one's simply a private event, and under this fee schedule, the two would pay the same thing. I think one would have a hard time arguing that the two are equal in terms of the public purpose that one serves versus the other. And I have no problem with city making some revenue on a wedding. But I do have a problem with the city making it difficult for organization that does good work, supports its residents, especially its low income residents, low income, low revenue businesses, making it difficult for them to move forward. So I've got some language that I would share, handwritten, but I've made copies. I asked the court to send copies of it, so I'll ask that. I think that's it. So I will introduce this quickly and then move it once you like that.
But we're just a discussion.
Change that.
Yeah, short discussion then approval, because it was gonna be taken off.
Why would you lift it out?
But the folks felt like we need more time to talk about it with the community, and so instead of taking it off, we changed the discussion.
I have checked for that time.
I mean, yeah, but realistically, you can make a motion if you would like during the discussion, but you did change it to us.
I'm debating.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can make a motion during the discussion, but just clarifying that this was changed.
Well, that's disappointing because one of the things that I'm really disappointed we do this too often and just push things back when organizations try to make plans. And so this means they wait for another month.
If you make a motion and people want to support it, we move forward today. It just means that the agenda item was put to a discussion.
So does the fee schedule go into effect?
No, so it's a discussion. But if there were a motion that people agree with, they could move forward. I'm just giving you like a quick, but right now it's a discussion.
The fee schedule would not be approved, but
Right.
the organization or I can't think right now, the organization would be able to make their plans because that would be in place. And this would probably be something that we put in the special events policy that would be coming at the next meeting.
Okay. Well, I'll throw it out there for consideration. So what this does, basically, look at the Freight House fee schedule. It's fairly simple, and there's two columns. And one is for residents, nonprofits, and employees. I think employees at the city. The other column is for non-residents. So the non-residents have something like higher fees across 4 different categories, and that's already spent weekday, weekend, or part of the Freight House, or another smaller part of the Freight House. So what this language would do is simply say for any organization that meets certain criteria, those criteria are spelled out here, that those fees would be 40% of what they otherwise would do for residents, nonprofits, and employees. And so the city manager would be tasked with demonstrating that an organization has an event that is open to the public, charges no fee to the member of the public to attend, and is focused on promoting, supporting, and featuring Ypsilanti-based entrepreneurs and businesses. I thought it made sense that the city manager would do this rather than bringing this back to us. Otherwise, we wind up in a endless loop, not unlike the full fee waiver conversation, argument about definitions. So that's the proposal.
If I could add one thing to this, as under D is applicant would need to provide proof of fee for any vendor.
Okay. No objection to that.
The applicant would need to provide proof of fee for any vendor, so if it's, I mean, a lot of people, they might not want to tell the truth and this.
So if they're charging you $2,000 a
Right.
vendor.
Sure.
And they ask for this, then you can go like,
Oh, right.
Yeah, I do want to make one point of clarification. So it's no fee to a member of the public to attend.
Yes, yes.
So that's what you want to clarify, that's what you.
Bill, I wanna.
Or you want to know how much
clarify
they charge the vendors?
the or, yeah, I wanna know what
Okay,
they're charging.
sure, okay. Yep.
Councilmember Rhodes?
I mean, I have no objection to this. I could be supportive of this. I guess one question I would ask of the city manager is do you want to be the designee or should it be the events?
It says
people?
city manager, the city manager's designee, so we'd probably work with council.
Sounds good. So my brain is mush, so I don't think I have much to add to this discussion right now. I will submit, because I'm getting a lot of feedback from residents about this, so like I want to spend some time talking to people, understanding what the barriers are, and then submit in the interim between this meeting and next meeting, some ideas for some fee schedule amendments. I do want to say that I was very impressed with the folks from the Ypsi Artisans Market. Thought they were very compelling and like what they're doing is awesome, and so want to help them continue on their events.
Yeah, there's other things in the fee schedule that I want to address, so I haven't time to deal with that very long, thing tonight. I also, spent, a long conversation that we've seen, with Angela Scott. It's not just the Artisans Market, but old homes and other events that have been in the freight house that have had to see, other venues and, some of which were out of the city, so, like takes that benefit to neighboring, municipalities and townships, that, do that and folks here, looking at this in a lot of different ways in terms of, use of parks, there are barriers to that during COVID, when the fee waivers kind of mushroomed. A lot of folks came asking organizations that I understood to be fairly well funded by members, by other mechanisms. We're really having a hard time coming up with cash for those. So there's a big picture to this, and I think it's very helpful. I will. Is this an actual motion?
Chair recognizes.
Say something?
You're the chair.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
Well, no, I mean, again, I actually, I like this. I think that, again, folks made a great argument, and, there are events and people put in a lot of work to make things happen in the city that are beneficial to the city. We don't want to see leaving, because of financial constraints that we can manage. And so I think that this exception, right, or addition to fee schedule feels fair and feasible, so.
So I'll move the resolution with the addition of the provision the city manager also mentioned, that they disclose or certify their, the amount they charge to their vendors. Support.
Carried by Councilmember Page, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Discussion on.
So, I guess my question is, but we're still gonna come back at the next meeting and make other adjustments? So I would just say we should do it together, just so we can follow the council rules that we put in place, and that's not bringing stuff to the table.
I support that too. I don't feel as strongly about this, but I'm also like, we're waiting 40%, but we don't know what the fee is yet, because we're gonna decide that at the next meeting, so. I think it would make more sense to do it at the same time as the next meeting, like we're open to that. But I think there's support for this, it's just a matter of now or next meeting.
Appreciate the sentiment, but as I mentioned earlier, decisions are being made right now about how much to charge people, and this at least gives this particular organization fighting chance to know what those fees are likely to be.
So if this passes tonight and we put this forward, this is in place for the current, right? Correct.
Yeah.
And so should nothing happen in that, and the fees stay the same. But if the fees change, then this is going to change as well. The insurance tonight that.
I mean, I will just say, I still stand by what I just said. Simply because a lot of things here needs to be moved with urgency, but it's not always.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
And
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gates.
yes,
Oh, thank you. Any further discussion on the fee schedule before we move on? Y'all wanna look at it? All right. Councilman Tucson, you have a voter oath.
Yes, I do. A resolution directing city staff to initiate, resolution number 2026-180, a resolution directing city staff to initiate government to government outreach and relationship building with tribal nations having historical ties to the Ypsilanti area to inform future efforts to acknowledge and honor indigenous history, heritage, and connection to the land. Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes that the land upon which the city exists today has been home to indigenous peoples for generations prior to European settlement and the establishment of the city of Ypsilanti. And whereas Native American history, culturally significant sites, and the legacy of indigenous stewardship within the city Ypsilanti area have periodically arisen through development projects, grant requirements, historic preservation efforts, interpretive signage initiatives, and community conversations. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti desires to move beyond project-specific consultation toward a more thoughtful, intentional, and relationship-based approach to engaging tribal nations with historical ties to the area. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti acknowledges that indigenous displacement and the loss of access to ancestral lands are deeply connected to the historical processes that enable later development, and therefore seeks to separate conversations about recognition and relationship building from individual development projects whenever possible. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti intends that any future efforts to acknowledge, interpret, or honor indigenous history be informed by the guidance, perspectives, and priorities of tribal nations themselves rather than developed unilaterally by the city. And whereas meaningful engagement requires time, trust, mutual respect, and sustained relationship building, and should not be limited to one-time consultations or symbolic gestures. And whereas the city seeks to embody its value of honoring its heritage, fostering community pride, and embracing diversity by developing respectful and enduring relationships with tribal nations connected to this region. Now therefore be it resolved that Ypsilanti City Council directs city staff to initiate outreach beginning on July 2026 to tribal nations with historical ties to the Ypsilanti area for the purpose of establishing relationships and opening dialogue regarding indigenous history, heritage, and connections to the land. And be it further resolved that staff are authorized to coordinate with the Michigan State Historic Preservation Office and other appropriate partners to identify the appropriate tribal contact and engagement processes. And be it further resolved that the purpose of this outreach shall be to develop relationships first and to seek guidance second regarding appropriate and meaningful ways the city may acknowledge, honor, and educate the public about indigenous history and ongoing tribal connections to the area. And be it further resolved that this effort is intended to be an ongoing institutional commitment of the city and not solely tied to any specific development, proposal, project review, grant requirement, or regulatory process. And be it further resolved that the mayor and members of the city council may participate in engagement opportunities as appropriate to demonstrate council support for this initiative, while staff shall remain responsible for coordinating and sustaining city's relationship building efforts. And be it further resolved that any recommendations, initiatives, partnerships, programs, policies, or other actions arising from these discussions shall be brought before city council for consideration, support, and authorization as necessary. And be it finally resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council affirms its commitment to pursuing this work with humility, respect, authenticity, and willingness to listen and learn from tribal nations whose histories remain connected to this place. And that's so much.
Yeah, so brought this resolution forward, for right to be as, it's pretty wordy, sorry, because it's as explicit as possible. Because it's, you know, really about building relationships. It's come up many times before around, engaging tribal nations, but typically again tied to projects, and so wanted to make this a practice. It also has come up in, you know, the Water Street Committee's conversations and requests to make sure that was centered in this process as well. And so while, we were dialoguing about that, it came up in the committee, and I know that Katie had already reached out to Michigan State Historic Preservation Office to get contacts to even invite folks to our upcoming ad hoc committee meetings, and I just don't know the outcome of that part, if anyone will be there. Sorry. Thank you.
Yep, I have done that, and we did get one response yesterday, so I've provided them with the ability to join this Zoom link. If they weren't able to attend in person, that sort of thing, as well as just all the context of where we're at with the project, with the website and all the other meeting agendas and things, so they have all that information. And also offered them an opportunity to meet, you know, if they needed a separate meeting or something like that with staff, but that's an opportunity as well, so. Yep.
And so I guess what the other thing that I'm thinking about in this moment is that, you know, Mr. Phillips stayed with us through this entire meeting and wanting to invite you to the meeting, and give them the information to attend tomorrow to the ad hoc committee meeting about Water Street, if you're able. Because you made a really great point that it doesn't necessarily mean that conversation should be with just the nations that were directly engaged with the site, but with all nations that have, you know, connection and feedback to give us about how we respectfully move forward intentionally with building a relationship and making sure our decision making is respectful. In terms of what we do with property that has that history. So. If you're still here at the end, we could share the information with you as well, if you're willing to attend, I think that'd be wonderful as well. I don't know if you have any. Questions, comments from council, Councilor Fellows?
Yeah, I am supportive of this, you know, some of the intent behind this resolution. It's been a very long discussion about recognizing that there are verified, you know, burial sites at Water Street, and that's, you know, there's been a long history of Indigenous communities here, but also present day Indigenous residents that live here. And so I think this is, I think the direction is good. I'm glad that the Water Street Committee is talking about this and that we're moving in this direction. I do, however, have some criticisms. I do think this is a interesting way to go about it. It does not follow the principles of free, prior, and informed consent ethos, which is what is generally applied to these kind of relationship building, that before we put together a resolution, we would consult with both local Indigenous residents and tribal nations partners to even design something like a resolution initiating some sort of relationship. So I think this has been done backwards. I also find, you know, the kind of concept, the talk of we want to move beyond one-time consultations around specific projects, but we also do want to do those consultations It's odd because that, to talk about moving beyond something that we're not really doing yet, we're not, engaging, this topic with regard to Water Street formally yet, so why would we be moving beyond it? So I feel like it's kind of purposely written to bring attention away from the burial sites at Water Street and the claim that's there for Water Street. And I'm also concerned that this resolution bottlenecks the effort with staff. It says, all communications go through staff and council can look at it later and say yes or no. And that I feel like is a little bit of a front of the efforts that have already been made both by members of the Water Street committee and also council members that, we have been making contact with different tribal groups. The Nawasabi band of the Potawatomi is a group that has already been in discussion around this. So I have my criticism of this resolution. I think, what it could be, how it could be improved is to add, provision that we work with local indigenous residents as well. And also acknowledge that Water Street is a specific site of interest for these type of discussions. And to move forward with the ethos of free, prior, and informed consent. And I so move.
So, can you repeat it? I didn't know that.
Yes, that, we add to the resolution that we want to involve local indigenous residents. That moving forward, we would work, with the ethos of free, prior, and informed consent. And that we acknowledge that Water Street is, a site of interest.
I mean, so. We just have. Oh, okay. No, because I didn't know if we could ask a question, we can have discussion without saying in support or not.
Right.
Oh.
That was for second motion.
Okay, I can support. So we can have a conversation.
Moved by Councilman Fellows, supported by Councilman King.
So, yeah, my question, no, Mayor Pro Tem, who go ahead.
Okay. This is came up in conversation with, Dan as well, for sites there, so specifically naming Water Street as a second interest, I think the point of this resolution is. Not fun, but doesn't think it's good beyond something that we haven't done, but. I think the intent is to be more general and it's not negating that because it's specifically stated in the documents for the Water Street Ed document. It's redundant in that way to add this. When the point of this is to say that, yeah, that's happening, but there's other things happening too that we have to deal with. And I do take the point of, prior consent. But I don't think that adding Water Street is absolutely necessary. I mean, that way, I'm saying that we're not, I mean, that is what we are doing if we have. But I don't see that why that has to mean specifically. And if we're gonna do that, then we should name every other project that comes up that we have to do. And singling Water Street out. That doesn't make sense.
Councilmember Fellows? I do think naming Water Street as a site of interest is one site of interest, it makes sense, but if for the sake of moving this forward, if that needs to be removed, then that's fine. So I think from here on out, we're gonna be bringing things related to this topic. I think, starting with a land acknowledgement and working with people before we bring that here. And so we would name Water Street there. We're gonna have to name Water Street at some point, but if you're uncomfortable with it tonight, that's fine.
I guess I was gonna, was that the only card that you would want that card taken out?
I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other. I just think the logic for calling that out versus the logic of calling any other project out. And the intent of this is that it not be project specific, right? It's a general statement saying, you know, and everybody knows the genesis, right? We have these projects that came up. It has become very clear that, you know, that we haven't been doing this, and that we need to be doing it. Is it inappropriate to bring this without having consulted those folks in the first place? Well, that's a logical conundrum, because you would have to contact them to be able to do that. So, and with that, this doesn't preclude council from going out and making those connections anyway. It's simply stating, this is our intent, and we're instructing staff to take those measures as well. And I know that there's been contact, Diane has made contact, other people have made contact. And that's all important. But I think this is simply saying that stating that it needs to be more of the project based, and that staff needs to have an official contact from that, so that they can have that instruction. I think there's a lot of glaring things on there that I don't have to use.
Well, we disagree, but I told you I'm comfortable if you want to operate the friendly amendment. I'm fine with removing that, keeping free, prior and informed consent, and working with local indigenous residents, as well as, you know, the other efforts being made outside of staff.
Yeah, I like this part. Just taking Water Street off, if that's the question, sure. Can leave them.
Go boy.
Thank you. That's fine. Any further discussion on the amendment? Please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean. The amendment carries.
All right, well, we are amended resolution, further discussion. Please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right.
Got 2 minutes.
So we divided for this one.
Next meeting is this Thursday. Got a youth member now, and we're filling out our ranks, so looking good.
HRC.
Try to go with me on Monday.
Yes.
Next meeting on Monday.
Parks and Art.
You know, that's not the report.
Sustainability.
Others.
Oh, right. HPC.
No.
Planning.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that tonight. We'll also have, information moving forward on the, David Center. Zoning. That should be kind of, we'll go to the discussion after the next, fine.
Yeah. Sunshine.
No.
Urban County. No.
That's cool.
Meeting is adjourned.
Good night, all.
Yeah, we're.